Chapter 2671. The Blood Demon Emissary attacked Ling Xiao with his Blood Fiend Heavenly Demon Palm. At that moment, the surrounding air turned completely red. The Blood Demon Emissary seemed to want to turn the entire world into his Blood Fiend world. At the same time, the other experts of the Demon Shadow sect started to operate the 8 Gates Blood Fiend array. Many of the formation flags were displayed. There were many strange symbols on the flag, as well as some terrifying images. Blood-sucking demon, blood zombie, leech demon, mosquito demon. When the array flags were raised, they released an even more powerful blood aura. Just by breathing in, one would be able to smell the blood. It was very nauseating. The blood aura gathered together and formed a huge blood fiend array. It almost covered the entire Jihyun of Silla residence. At that moment, all the plants in Jihyun of Silla residence withered as if all their juices were absorbed by the array. Even the pitiful Zerg beasts hiding underground started to shrivel up. The scene was very strange. This was the powerful array of the Demon Shadow sect, the 8 Gates Blood Fiend array. Its effect was similar to the Blood Dissipation array of the 10 Ultimate arrays, but there were some differences. The Blood Dissipation array could turn people into pus. The 8 Gates Blood Fiend array could suck people dry. What a boring trick! Little Gold, attack that position and break the array! Ling Xiao had already seen the weakness of the 8 Gates Blood Fiend array, but he did not plan to attack. He wanted to fight the Blood Demon Emissary, which would be more beneficial for his cultivation breakthrough. As for breaking the array, it was more than enough to leave it to Little Gold. Little Gold nodded and instantly flew into the air. His body grew in the wind and turned into a giant golden crow, covering the sky and the sun. It seemed to cover the entire King Zhixian's mansion. At the same time, Ling Xiao and the Blood Demon Emissary's palms collided. The terrifying force was like a hurricane that wreaked havoc in the Jihyun of Silla residence. Many buildings collapsed because of it, and the scene was very messy. After Little Gold transformed into the Golden Crow, it rushed to the position that Ling Xiao had pointed out. It then waved its huge claws and tore at that place. It was like an ancient beast had descended to the mortal world. Xiao Jin's claws slashed down. In that instant, countless array flags were destroyed under the terrifying golden light of the 9 underworld's yellow springs. Almost all of the Shadow Devil Sect's experts who had set up the 8 Gates Blood Fiend Grand Array were sent flying, blood spurting from their mouths. What kind of monster is this? What a terrifying power! All the experts of the Shadow Devil Sect felt their bodies tremble. They had never seen such a terrifying monster. It was as terrifying as an ancient beast. And those were only things that he had read in books. However, the fear was definitely more than that. Little Gold flapped its huge wings and floated in the air like a golden sun, coldly looking down at the disciples of the Shadow Devil Sect. Die! This is what you get for plotting against us! Xiao Jin's personality had always been rather solitary and fierce. This was related to his life experiences. His family had been wiped out, and most of his people had been killed in front of him. Those heads had stimulated his temperament. From then on, Xiao Jin decided not to be a naive person anymore. Whoever tried to kill him, he would kill them without mercy. He didn't want to see his family and friends die in front of him a second time. Especially his respected boss. He couldn't let him die. As his voice rang out, his body released the dazzling golden light of the 9 underworld's yellow springs. This golden light was cold and eerie, as if it had shot out from the 9 underworld's yellow springs. It also seemed like the judgment of the underworld. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the bodies of dozens of Shadow Devil Sect experts. For a moment, screams rang out. The warriors who had been pierced by the golden light of the 9 underworld's yellow springs all burned and let out the most terrifying screams of their lives. They trembled and rolled on the ground. After a while, they died in excruciating pain. In the end, not a single complete corpse was left. Monster! Monster! The remaining disciples of the Shadow Devil Sect didn't dare to fight Xiao Jin. They wanted to flee in panic, even leaving the Blood Demon Envoy behind. But how could Xiao Jin let them leave? Since you've already done it, you have to pay the price for your actions. Moreover, I won't be wrong even if I kill 10 of you. Every one of you has a blood debt. Xiao Jin knew a little about the Shadow Devil sect. It was an evil organization that ran rampant in the Black Tortoise mainland. Even if they died 10 times, it wouldn't be enough to pay for what they had done. Therefore, Xiao Jin didn't show any mercy. With a flash of his body, the remaining disciples of the Shadow Devil sect were instantly flattened by his huge claws and set on fire. In the blink of an eye, the Blood Demon Envoy was the only one left of the Shadow Devil sect's disciples. The rest of the disciples were all dead. Moreover, he had died so quickly. Xiao Jin, take a rest first. Watch me deal with the Blood Demon Envoy. Ling Xiao and the Blood Demon Envoy had already fought more than 10 rounds. In these dozen or so rounds, it could be said that both of them had their own victories and defeats. Both of them suffered losses and gained advantages. But only Ling Xiao knew that he had used the Blood Demon Envoy's attacks to push his cultivation toward the peak of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang First Transformation stage. Now, he only needed one more layer of energy. Blood Demon Envoy! Where is the headquarters of the Shadow Devil sect in Thunder City? Also, who is your Grand Deacon? You'd better tell me the truth. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die like the rest of them. Ling Xiao took a step back and looked coldly at the Blood Demon Envoy. He was ready to end this battle as soon as possible. Although the Blood Demon Envoy was powerful, there was a huge flaw in his cultivation method. The so-called early stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang First Transformation stage couldn't even compare to an ordinary early stage of the 11th level of the Hell. Ling Xiao looked down on these guys. But the Shadow Devil sect seemed to like this method of quickly increasing their cultivation, even if the flaw was very serious. How did you become so strong? The Blood Demon Envoy couldn't believe what was happening. According to the information, Ling Xiao was only at the middle stage of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang First Transformation stage. But how could his combat strength be so strong? He wasn't at a disadvantage at all. And the pet he raised was so terrifying that it killed all of his subordinates in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he could feel that even he wouldn't dare to take this strange golden light head-on. How can I be so strong? That's not the answer I want to know. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Don't be too arrogant. I'm an expert at the 11th level of the first transformation stage of the Hell, while you're only at the 10th level of the Hell. We're a whole realm apart. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? You'll die. Your pet will die too. You'll all die in my hands. Chapter 2672. The Blood Demon Envoy let out a terrifying roar. His fists flew towards Ling Xiao like a tidal wave. Facing the Blood Demon Envoy's attack, Ling Xiao instantly transformed into his Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Beast Soul. This Blood Devil Envoy liked to suck the blood of others to increase his own cultivation. In that case, Ling Xiao would suck his blood dry and kill him. The Demonic Dragon Blood Curse was obviously the most suitable move. After transforming, Ling Xiao took out the 8 immortal swords and went up to meet the Blood Demon Envoy. The two of them began their most violent exchange in the air. 1 round. 2 rounds. After 30 rounds, the Blood Demon Envoy was covered in wounds. Although these wounds were only superficial and did not seem to affect the Blood Demon Envoy's movements at all. However, only Ling Xiao knew that these were caused by the Blood Demon Envoy on purpose. They were just a prelude to his attack. However, the Blood Demon Envoy obviously did not know this. He did not care about these small wounds at all. Instead, the more he fought, the more excited he became. From his point of view, Ling Gao's desperate attacks could only cause such insignificant injuries. What was there to be afraid of? Just as the Blood Demon Envoy's aura reached its peak and he had completely given up on defense and focused purely on attacking, Ling Xiao made his move. Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon Blood Curse. The moment the Demonic Dragon Blood Curse was released, the Blood Demon Envoy felt that something was wrong. The blood in his body was gushing out crazily from the seemingly insignificant wounds. At that moment, he was afraid. His entire being was filled with fear. Run! This was the only thought in his mind at that moment. Do you think you can escape? Ling Xiao sneered. As he used the demonic dragon blood curse, one of his hands tore through the air. In an instant, it became huge and grabbed at the blood demon envoy. What kind of terrifying hand was this? The power of the heavenly queen of earth flowed on it, the power of thunder and lightning danced in it, and the power of lava flowed in the blood. There was probably no magic treasure below an emperor weapon in the world that could be compared to it. This was such a perfect hand that it did not seem to belong to a human. This hand was the essence of condensed energy. Mysterious inscriptions flowed on it, and it was filled with a terrifying ancient aura. No matter who it was, when they saw Ling Xiao's hand, they would inevitably feel reverence. Some might even kneel down to worship it. It was the hand of the profound world. It was the hand of the human king. It was the hand of the tyrant. The blood demon envoy didn't even have the courage to resist it, let alone resist it. The blood demon envoy stared at the hand in horror. In an instant, he was pinched, and his body could not move at all. All the power seemed to have been completely frozen in an instant. You drank the blood of others to cultivate. Today, I will let you die from the loss of all the blood in your body. This can be considered retribution. Being held in Ling Xiao's hand, the blood demon envoy was filled with despair. He screamed in horror. Ling Xiao, you cannot kill me! I am the third-ranked blood demon envoy of the 10 demon envoys. I am a subordinate of General Purple Thunder of the Sky Thunder Legion. You cannot kill me! Ling Xiao didn't reply. The demonic dragon blood curse continued to be used, which represented his intention. The terrifying suction force continued to suck out blood from the blood demon envoy's body. The blood demon envoy's body gradually became thin. He knew that he would soon wither and become a mummy. No! I don't want to die! You can't treat me like this! You can't! The blood demon envoy screamed in horror. He shouted out what he shouldn't have said. My Devil Shadow Sect's headquarters in the Thunder Capital is under the Thunder Capital Imperial City. Oh? Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. The Devil Shadow Sect was really amazing. They actually hid their headquarters in an unexpected place. The Imperial City was known to be a place where no enemy could easily enter. Unless the people outside were all killed, the Imperial City was absolutely safe. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. This Devil Shadow Sect seemed to want to refine the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Spare me! I've told you everything, please! The blood demon envoy screamed miserably. Funny, I didn't ask you to tell me anything at all. You told me everything yourself. Ling Xiao sneered, and the power of the demonic dragon blood curse instantly increased. The blood demon envoy finally let out the most miserable scream in the world, and then his body turned into a withered corpse. After throwing down the blood demon envoy's corpse, Ling Xiao opened the array formation of Jihyun of Silla's underground palace and walked in with Xiao Jin. After entering, the Jihyun of Silla's residence instantly collapsed and turned into ruins. Of course, this was to deceive others. Ling Xiao believed that once the Devil Shadow Sect's people failed, the royal family's people would definitely make a move. Just as he expected, not long after they entered the underground palace, General Qing Lei led the army over. However, looking at the devastated Jihyun of Silla's residence and the mummy hanging on the flagpole, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Damn it, we're too late! General Qing Lei frowned, and then ordered 100 soldiers to stay behind and continue to surround the place, while the rest followed him to search the city for Ling Xiao. While he was searching for Ling Xiao had already found the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow's remnant soul under Jihyun of Silla's residence, and had Xiao Jin swallow it. Then, the two of them cultivated there. After Xiao Jin swallowed this remnant soul, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly. On the other hand, Ling Xiao absorbed the blood demon envoy's blood, which contained rich yin and yang yuan qi, so it was impossible for his cultivation not to increase. 3 days later, the troops outside Jihyun of Silla's residence had completely retreated. People had almost forgotten about the person who appeared in the Thunder City 3 days ago. Because the royal family had blocked the news, people did not know what earth-shattering thing that person had done. Only in the volcano house, there were still some rumors circulating, whether true or false. The red sun hung upside down in the sky like a furnace, and the bright flames sprinkled all over the mysterious world like flowing gold. Outside the volcano house, a few people were discussing something. "Brothers, do you remember the guy who came to the volcano house 3 days ago and refused to buy the fire-repelling talisman?" The one who asked was the person in charge of selling the fire-repelling talisman. This person was very unhappy that Ling Xiao could enter the volcano house without the fire-repelling talisman and not be injured. So, his words were filled with schadenfreude, because he knew some secrets. It was said that the people of the Devil's Shadow sect who wanted to deal with that guy would have died long ago. Because the royal family had blocked the news, even the volcano house did not know that the experts of the Devil's Shadow sect who went to attack Ling Xiao had all died. "Of course I remember. I haven't seen that person for several days," someone next to him said. I'll tell you the truth. That brat was too arrogant and offended some big shot. I think he's already dead." The person in charge of selling the fire-repelling talisman sneered. "Do you know, that's what happened to that brat." "Dead? No wonder. I heard that guy didn't even give face to the second-floor master. Isn't he courting death?" Chapter 2673. That's right. Why didn't he find out who the second master is? How dare he offend him? He deserves to die. The person selling the fire-warding talisman sneered. "Why did I hear that kid is Ling Xiao, the one who killed the 8th prince and Jihun of Silla? He's ranked second on the volcano evil list. Although he's not that strong, his notoriety is second only to the dragon cult leader," someone else said. "Who cares if he's Ling Xiao or Bai Xiao? He's dead anyway," the person selling the fire-warding talisman said disdainfully. As soon as he finished speaking, someone patted his shoulder. He scolded impatiently. "Which bastard dares to pat my shoulder? Don't you know where you are?" As soon as he said that, he saw the people around him hiding to the side as if they had seen a ghost. All of them were even looking behind him. Their expressions were as if they were possessed in broad daylight. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you." The person in charge thought that these people were afraid of him getting angry and was quite pleased. "No, look at the person behind him. Isn't he the young man who came to the volcano tower 3 days ago? The little golden bird on his shoulder is too eye-catching." Finally, someone told the person in charge the truth while trembling with fear. He shuddered and his body suddenly stiffened. He turned around shakily and saw Ling Xiao standing there coldly. "You're very pleased? Do I deserve to die?" Ling Xiao asked with a half-smile. In these 3 days, Ling Xiao and Little Gold's strength had increased by a large margin. His cultivation had finally broken through to the peak of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He was getting closer and closer to the top strength in this country. Xiao Jin's strength had also increased terrifyingly. It was already at the middle stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Together with the 9 underworld yellow spring golden light, Xiao Jin could even give a martial artist at the late stage of the 11th level of the hell a headache. The person in charge's face was pale, but when he thought of the powerful volcano tower behind him, he immediately became arrogant again. "You'd better not mess around. This is the volcano tower. Our first master and second master are experts from the 11th level of the hell. If you offend them, you'll definitely die. Is that so? Pa!" Ling Xiao laughed coldly, then slapped the person in charge. "This slap is to remind you not to spout nonsense. You don't deserve to die. I won't kill you, but don't seek death." With that, he walked straight to the volcano tower. "Stop!" The person in charge was beaten up by Ling Xiao, so he was naturally furious. Although he knew that Ling Xiao was powerful, he couldn't bear to be beaten up by someone and endure it. The people of the volcano house had always been used to flaunting their strength. Within the Thunder City, the only people who dared to offend them were those from the 8 great families. They didn't even put anyone else in their eyes. Are you sure you want me to stop? Ling Xiao looked back at the man, narrowed his eyes and asked, Do you want to die? Beg your sister. I'll kill you. The person in charge of the fire avoidance talisman flew into a rage, cursing loudly as he charged towards Ling Xiao. However, in the next moment, he found a huge bloody hole in his chest. The bloody hole was burned clean by the terrifying flames, and even his internal organs were burned away. Before his life was completely extinguished, he left behind his last words. You actually dared to kill me! Rumble! A terrifying explosion erupted from the person in charge's body, and like fireworks, his body fragments flew in all directions in front of the volcano house. In that instant, the entire street became deathly silent. After a while, exclamations finally sounded. Murder! Someone killed someone in front of the volcano house. This madman actually dared to kill someone in the Thunder City, and someone from the volcano house at that. It doesn't matter if he's Ling Xiao or not, he's dead meat. The Thunder City can't tolerate the existence of such a person. That's right. His cultivation doesn't seem to be at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 11th level of hell. Even if he's at that level, he shouldn't be causing trouble in the Thunder City. The Thunder City isn't a place where he can casually cause trouble. I'm afraid he wants to die. For revenge, he doesn't care about his life and wants to cause trouble for the volcano house. That should be the case. However, one person going against the entire volcano house is like an egg hitting a rock. This matter is too stupid. Stupid or not, he's already here. The people of the volcano house should already know. I'm afraid there's going to be a good show today. The Thunder City was an international city. At least in the western region of the Black Tortoise continent, the Thunder City was considered a big city. There were quite a number of martial artists from other countries. Among these people, there was no lack of experts at the 11th level of hell. Among them, there were even people from the dragon cult. Interesting. I didn't expect this kid to do something that even our dragon cult doesn't dare to do for us. We'll have to watch a good show. Among the crowd, there was an expert whose cultivation was at least at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 11th level of hell. At this moment, he was standing among the crowd, looking at Ling Xiao with interest. Enemy attack! A voice suddenly came from the volcano house. The voice was extremely loud and penetrating. It instantly spread throughout the entire volcano house. In the volcano tower, countless experts rushed out in an instant. Each and every one of them was filled with rage and anger. Someone actually dared to cause trouble for the volcano house. This was purely courting death. Bold thief, why aren't you surrendering? How dare you behave so atrociously in the volcano house? You're really not afraid of death. One of the Yin-Yang realm martial artists at the late stage of the 10th level of hell shouted loudly. Ling Xiao glanced at that person indifferently and said coldly, I'm looking for the volcano house. 3 days ago, I came to the volcano house and paid the full price of 10 million low-grade spirit stones for a piece of information. However, your volcano house actually sold me out to the Devil Shadow sect and let the Devil Shadow sect's blood demon envoy and poison demon envoy come to cause trouble for me. I almost died in the Thunder City. Tell me, should I come to the volcano house to seek justice? His voice wasn't loud, but it was very penetrating. Almost everyone in the surroundings heard it clearly. There had to be a reason for killing people and causing trouble. Ling Xiao had to make the reason clear to prevent unreasonable people from interfering. Heavens, the volcano house actually did such a thing. This is too unbelievable. You really don't believe me? I was also tricked by them before, but I didn't dare to speak up. Today, this young man has helped me vent my anger. In the crowd, there were also people who had been tricked by the volcano house. They were indignant and spoke of their experiences. In an instant, the reputation of the volcano house became as dirty and smelly as a latrine. Oh my, I thought the volcano house was the most fair and didn't participate in the fights between factions. It seems that we were too naive. In the future, who dares to come here to buy information? If not, they might lose their lives. In the crowd, those who didn't mind watching the show began to discuss spiritedly. As the saying went, the law couldn't punish the masses. Chapter 2674. Nonsense! How could we, the Volcano House, do such a thing? Moreover, how could the Devil Shadow sect have anything to do with us? Besides, do you have proof that you paid the money to our volcano tower? An expert from the Volcano House roared. You want proof? Ling Xiao laughed coldly and took out the receipt in front of everyone. It was the receipt that the second pavilion master received the money. This receipt is the proof. Hee hee, what a joke. As far as I know, our Volcano House sold the information to you. You're the one who was plotted against by the Devil Shadow sect, yet you're blaming us. Shameless. Seeing the receipt, the people from the Volcano House still refused to admit it. Instead, they scolded. Brat, I think you're the one sent by the Devil Shadow sect to cause trouble. Anyway, you'll tell us the truth once we capture you. Ha ha! Ling Xiao laughed wildly. Since you don't want to admit it, fine, I'll beat you until you admit it. Today, the Volcano House will be destroyed from the Thunder City. Finishing his words, he suddenly took out the white jade flying dragon sword and stabbed out. The sword light danced in the air like a white dragon or a white steed flashing through a crack. It was extremely fast. The terrifying sword she instantly tore through the void, turning into dozens of streaks that pierced through space and tore through the void. They pierced towards the countless experts from the Volcano House. Chi 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 chi. After the terrifying streaks of sword light, 7 or 8 corpses were lying on the ground. There was an obvious sword wound on each of their throats. Those who wanted to get proof from Ling Xiao and said that Ling Xiao was shameless were even more miserable. Not only were their throats pierced, even their tongues were cut. Ling Xiao had no intention of showing mercy. Then, an even more terrifying attack was released. The terrifying ghost dragon descended from the sky and pounced into the crowd. Miserable screams rang out as more than 10 people were swallowed by the ghost dragon. Their bodies shriveled up, and their deaths were extremely miserable. Sure enough, after my strength increased, the ghost-slaying dragon, a top-tier jade-grade martial skill, became so powerful. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. A low-grade martial skill was not useless. It was very useful for cleaning up trash, and it also saved a lot of internal energy. You bastard! Stop! Suddenly, a ball of fire descended from the sky, stopping Ling Xiao's attack. The flames burned in front of Ling Xiao, blasting a large hole in the ground. 2 figures rushed over in a hurry. One of them was the second pavilion master, while the other was the first pavilion master. The 2 strongest people of the Volcano House had already arrived. It seemed that they had realized that today's matter could not be settled peacefully. When the second-floor master saw Ling Xiao, his expression changed drastically. Seeing that Ling Xiao was still alive, he actually blurted out, "Why aren't you dead?" Only then did he realize that he had spilled the beans and hurriedly shut his mouth. The great house master was a wily old fox. He said coldly, "You dare to kill innocent people in Thunder City. You must be that devil called Ling Xiao, who is ranked 2nd on the Volcano Evil list. But your bounty is ranked 1st. The royal family's bounty for you has moved everyone." He's Ling Xiao? That's impossible. He looks completely different from Ling Xiao. Yes, even if it's a disguise, it can't change his body, right? His martial skill is also different from Ling Dao's. It's too powerful. House Master of the Volcano House, it seems that no one believes your words. Ling Xiao sneered. He was still very calm. At this moment, admitting that he was Ling Xiao would inevitably lead to huge trouble. It was impossible to destroy the Volcano House. Humph, they will believe it soon. After killing you, even if you use some evil technique to change your appearance, you will immediately return to normal. The house master snorted and released his terrifying aura. He was actually a martial artist at the middle stage of the 11th level of hell. This guy's strength was truly extraordinary. Very good, I like straightforward people. Since I came here today, it's to destroy your volcano house. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come. Ling Xiao sneered. He had to kill the second housemaster and first housemaster. As for the others, as long as they didn't make a move, he would be too lazy to make a move. After killing these two and destroying the volcano house, he would immediately leave. After all, this was Thunder City. It was easy to attract the experts of the 8 great families. Evil creature, how dare you behave so atrociously in Thunder City? Just as Ling Xiao was about to attack the 2 house masters of the volcano house, a shout suddenly came from afar. Immediately after, a group of armored horses rushed over. This group of armored horses were all riding on Sky Thunder beasts. There was no need to ask, they were definitely from the Sky Thunder Corps. More than 100 armored horses rampaged on the street. The people standing on the road all made way for them, afraid of being hit. One of the Sky Thunder beasts leaped up and landed in front of Ling Xiao with a loud roar. The scene was very shocking. This person's aura was extremely powerful. He was a martial artist at the early stage of the 11th level of Hell. His strength was comparable to the second house master's. However, his murderous aura was clearly stronger. General Qing Lei. General Qing Lei is here. Among the 7 generals of the Sky Thunder Corps, except for General Purple Thunder, who rarely came out, the others were easy to recognize. General Qing Lei came from the Boyi clan, one of the 8 great families. His name was Boyi Qing Lei. Of course, this was a name he changed later. He was ranked 3rd among the 7 generals. General Qing Lei's appearance made the entire street even more lively. After all, the battle between Ling Xiao and the volcano house was still a private grudge. If General Qing Lei stepped out to help either side, it would become a public affair. Who would dare to make an enemy of the Qin nation's imperial court? How dare you start a massacre in the Thunder City? Do you know your crime? General Qing Lei, who was riding on the heavenly thunder beast, looked majestic as he questioned Ling Xiao. Do I know my crime? General, the volcano house didn't follow the rules. They took the money but betrayed me, causing me to be hunted down by the Devil Shadow sect. I'm just here to seek justice. The mystic world is a world of martial arts. Shouldn't private grudges be avenged in this way? Ling Xiao looked coldly at General Qing Lei and said. He had sensed General Qing Lei's aura 3 days ago in the volcano house and Jihyun of Sila's residence. In other words, this fellow clearly knew the whole story and was even involved in it. Wanting this fellow to uphold justice was no different from a fool's dream. Nonsense. General Qing Lei, don't listen to this guy's lies. The volcano house has always been honest in our business. He was the one who was ambushed. How can he blame us and come to the volcano house to kill the innocent? You must seek justice for us. Chapter 2675. General Qing Lei, according to the law of Thunder City, killing on the streets is a capital offense. Regardless of the reason, this is the case. This person actually dared to challenge Wang Tianyan, which is basically looking down on the royal family. This is an unforgivable crime. Moreover, don't forget that he is most likely Ling Xiao, who is ranked 2nd on the volcano's evilest list. The head of Volcano House looked at General Qing Lei and said indifferently. Naturally, he wasn't nervous because he knew that General Qing Lei was on the same side as him. Today, regardless of whether the person in front of him was Ling Xiao or not, he was dead meat. Well said. General Qing Lei nodded, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, That's the reason. This general doesn't care what reason you have, but daring to kill in Thunder City is an unforgivable crime. Even if the volcano house really did betray you, it's a personal grudge. You can go to the government to sound the drum and complain, or you can go outside Thunder City to take revenge. However, killing in Thunder City is not allowed. This is a rule set by the royal family, and no one can violate it. Now I give you 2 choices. One is to be killed by this general on the spot. The other is to obediently follow this general back. After the interrogation, you will be sentenced according to the law. You can choose. Killing in Thunder City is not allowed? Are you sure? Ling Xiao looked at General Qing Lei coldly and asked. Of course, No one can violate this law. General Qing Lei nodded. Good, no one can violate it. Then may I ask why the Bo Yi family didn't receive any punishment when they broke into Jihyun of Silla's residence and killed Jihyun of Silla's soldiers? The 14th prince's subordinates killed someone in the restaurant. Although they didn't succeed, they showed their ferocity and attacked. Why is that person still alive now? Also, the 14th prince's cousin killed no less than 1,000 people in Thunder City. Although they were all civilians, such actions were carried out in broad daylight. Why didn't the general do anything about it? Ling Xiao spoke loudly and confidently. His voice was so strong that it could swallow the clouds. General Qing Lei was speechless for a long time. Because what Ling Xiao said was the truth. They naturally knew that these people killed people, but they couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, the so-called law was simply a joke. Humph, your glib tongue is useless. They have special identities and noble statuses. How can you compare to them? Unable to refute, General Qing Lei could only harden his heart and do it by force. In other words, the rules you mentioned just now are bullshit. If that's the case, why are you using it to bind me? Ling Xiao sneered. Because this general is stronger than you. Just because this is Thunder City, the world of the royal family. General Qing Lei looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. This person in front of him was too naive and ridiculous. Did he really think that if the emperor broke the law, he would be punished the same as the common people? Alright, let's cut the crap. It's still the same two choices. You can decide for yourself. After he finished speaking, General Qing Lei looked down at Ling Xiao. Holding his halberd, he looked at Ling Xiao coldly and disdainfully, waiting for Ling Xiao to make a decision. In his opinion, the person in front of him would definitely not be able to escape. Or kill him. Or capture him alive to see if he was really Ling Xiao. He did not take the person in front of him seriously at all, let alone Ling Xiao. If it were not for the existence of the 10-terminal formation, they would have already invaded the 8 Immortals County and killed Ling Xiao and the others. The current situation would not have happened. Do you think this will be enough to make me submit? Ling Xiao sneered. I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it. After that, I won't wait. 1 breath. General Qing Lei did not care about Ling Xiao's opinion at all, nor did he care about how angry Ling Xiao was. To him, Ling Xiao was just a pitiful little bug in front of him. He could crush him to death at any time. However, he had only counted for 1 breath when the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Whoosh! Ling Xiao did not waste any more time. The 8 Immortals' sword instantly appeared in his hand and he stabbed it directly. Although the 8 Immortals' sword was a divine-grade spiritual weapon, it did not have any distinctive features. Moreover, Ling Xiao had only taken out a male sword. Therefore, either General Qing Lei nor the people of the volcano tower could see the uniqueness of the sword. They could not be sure that it was Ling Xiao's 8 Immortals' sword. When Ling Xiao stabbed with the sword, it felt as if the sky and earth had changed color. The entire street was suddenly covered in a gloomy color, which was eerie and terrifying. A sorrowful aura was constantly produced in the streets and alleys. Many people could not help but shed silent tears. Suddenly, the sorrowful aura became ferocious, as if the sorrowful souls had turned into vengeful ghosts. It was ferocious and terrifying. The weeper could feel the fear that was constantly being released from his body. General Qing Lei, on the other hand, did not care about it at all. He was an expert. He was an expert who thought that he could easily defeat Ling Xiao. Unorthodox Tao, what a boring little trick! General Qing Lei snorted and stabbed the long halberd in his hand at the tip of Ling Xiao's sword. It was as if he wanted to prove that he was much stronger than the young man in front of him. However, the moment the long halberd touched the 8 Immortals' sword, it let out a strange cry. It was as if it could not withstand the terrifying sword chi and broke into pieces. In just a moment, it turned into powder. Then, the sword chi broke through the air and easily pierced General Qing Lei's protective primary energy, piercing his throat. A patch of red scattered in the air. Ling Xiao withdrew his sword and shook off the blood on it. He looked at General Qing Lei coldly. General Qinglei touched his bleeding throat and looked at Ling Xiao in horror and disbelief. He could not believe that it was real. He could not believe that his throat had been pierced by a sword. However, something even more terrifying had yet to happen. In his body, a terrifying sword will instantly burst out, like fireworks exploding in his body. His body actually exploded in front of the crowd and was torn into hundreds of pieces. Blood splattered on the volcano tower and was burned clean by the scorching flames. The entire street was dead silent. You think you can show off just because you're a dog of the royal family? You think you can bully people as you wish? I talked reason and law with you because I don't want others to think that I'm a troublemaker. I want you to know why you're dying. You think you're invincible just because you're at the early stage of the 11th level of hell? You think you can do whatever you want in Thunder City? Let me tell you, not to mention General Qinglei, even if General Zilei comes, I'll kill him without hesitation. Ling Xiao put away the 8 immortal sword. However, the terrifying killing intent around him made him seem like a ferocious beast that had returned from the battlefield. Countless people were terrified. The onlookers who were close to him all moved away, afraid that he would kill them in a fit of anger. General Qinglei was the 3rd general in the Sky Thunder Corps. Yet he was killed on the street because of a disagreement. Moreover, it was in Thunder City. Who was this young man? How could he have such terrifying strength? Chapter 2676. Everyone from the volcano tower, I've already killed General Qinglei. Why don't you find the person behind you as well? After killing General Qinglei, Ling Xiao looked coldly at the 1st and 2nd floor lords of the volcano tower. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. No one dared to believe what they had just seen. The Sky Thunder Army was the most elite army in the Qin Kingdom. General Qinglei was ranked 3rd among the 7 great generals. He was killed just like that. And he was killed in one move in his own territory. In the end, not even a complete corpse was left. The entire process only took 1 or 2 breaths. This scene would definitely become an unforgettable nightmare for everyone present. The 1st and 2nd floor lords of the volcano tower looked terrible. General Qinglei was stronger than the 2nd floor lord. Although he was not as strong as the 1st floor lord, he had rich combat strength. But he was killed in one move. The 1st floor lord felt a chill in his heart. You're not Ling Xiao. You can't be Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao doesn't have the strength to kill General Qinglei so easily. Who are you? Forget it. It doesn't matter who you are. I can tell you that the 14th prince and the ancestors of the royal family are behind us. You've never seen those people before. They've never shown themselves. But their strength far surpasses the lightning seigneur and the 14th prince. If you offend them, you'll definitely die. Are you guys afraid? Ling Xiao looked at the 1st and 2nd floor lords with disdain. His figure suddenly flashed. Under the 1,000-mile wolf, his body pierced through the 2nd floor lord. The 2nd floor lord did not even have time to say anything before he was thrown into the air. He let out the most terrifying scream of his life. Then, his body turned into a pool of blood and sprayed on the volcano tower. Just like General Qinglei, he died without a complete corpse. The reason why Ling Xiao killed the 2nd pavilion master was because he had absolute confidence. The 2nd floor lord was not as strong as the 1st floor lord. He was not even as strong as General Qinglei. It was very easy to kill him. I don't care who's behind you. If you deceive me and betray me, you won't have a good ending. Ling Xiao's voice was filled with coldness and disdain. Damn it, do you really think I'm afraid of you? He saw the 2nd floor master die on the spot. The house master of the volcano tower was furious. He felt that he was stronger than General Qinglei, so he might have a chance to defeat Ling Xiao. Therefore, he roared and pounced on Ling Xiao. However, before he could approach Ling Xiao, a huge golden crow suddenly appeared above Ling Xiao's head. The golden crow waved its huge claws and fiercely pressed the 1st tower lord to the ground. Under the golden crow's claws, the 1st tower master was like a pitiful rabbit. No, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'll admit whatever you want me to. As the saying goes, one will not shed tears until one sees the coffin. This should be the case. Xiao Jin's sudden attack caused the first tower master to lose all confidence. Fear and uneasiness completely occupied his heart. Right now, he only wanted to live and beg for mercy. It was indeed us who betrayed you. It was us who told the Demon Shadow sect that you were going to Jihyun of Scylla's residence. Why did you give it to them? Ling Xiao stared at the volcano pavilion's first tower master, his right eye suddenly releasing a strange light. In that instant, the first tower master fell into a trance. He only wanted to tell Ling Xiao everything he knew. Because the Demon Shadow sect's Grand Deacon in Thunder City is General Purple Thunder, and General Purple Thunder supports the 14th Prince's succession to the throne. We speculated that you might be that Ling Xiao, so we gave them information about you. The first tower master narrated everything that he knew in full detail. However, these words caused the expressions of the surrounding spectators to change. General Purple Thunder of the Qin Nation's Sky Thunder Legion, a member of the royal family, actually colluded with the Demon Shadow sect, and the Demon Shadow sect's Grand Deacon in Thunder City? There aren't many evil path organizations in the mystic world, and the Demon Shadow sect is one of them. They specialize in drinking human blood to increase their cultivation. They are simply evil to the extreme. If what the first tower master said is true, then not only is the volcano pavilion finished, but even the Qin Nation's royal family is finished. They are treating the common people as fools. Just thinking about it is frightening. The Demon Shadow sect is harming the common people of the Qin Nation, but the royal family is colluding with the Demon Shadow sect. They might even be the mastermind behind the Demon Shadow sect. Just thinking about it makes my back shiver. It is indeed frightening. To think that the Qin Nation's royal family would do such a thing. If not for this young hero revealing this matter, we would still be in the dark. No, we can't let the Qin Nation's royal family continue to act willfully. No matter how strong the royal family is, they still need the support of the people. We will never agree. Let's go to the royal city and demand an explanation. Once the truth was exposed, the cultivators wouldn't care if you were a member of the royal family or not. No matter how strong the royal family was, they couldn't stand against public opinion. Even the people of the other 7 great clans felt like they had been kept in the dark. They felt a sense of distrust and a sense of crisis. This allowed them to reach a tacit agreement with all the cultivators in the Thunder City. Listening to these people's discussions, Ling Xiao inwardly sneered. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Originally, he only wanted to cause trouble in the Thunder City. He didn't expect to poke a hornet's nest. Unless the royal family really killed General Purple Thunder and put all the blame on him, it would be impossible for them to do so. Otherwise, not to mention the Thunder City, even the Qin Nation's royal family could forget about surviving. With the 7 great clans working together, and the Qin Nation's many cultivators, the royal family would find it difficult to deal with them alone. Ling Xiao only needed to stay behind these people and quietly wait for them to make a fool of themselves. In contrast to Ling Xiao's joy, the volcano pavilion's first tower master was pale. He knew that even if Ling Xiao didn't kill him today, after revealing so many truths, he would be killed by his master. However, as long as he was alive, he would have a chance to turn the tables. At worst, he would have the royal family issue a notice saying that he had been coerced and had no choice but to speak. It would all be nonsense. In any case, compared to a wandering cultivator with an unknown identity, he believed that more people would be willing to trust the royal family. This was especially true for the 7 great clans. Even if there was the slightest possibility, they wouldn't be willing to fall out with the royal family. The problem now was to report this matter to General Purple Thunder and the 14th Prince as soon as possible and let them make a decision. What are you thinking? No matter what you want to do, you won't have the chance. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at the first tower master, then looked at Xiao Jin and said, "Swallow this guy's demonic core. This guy isn't human at all. He's a volcanic rock spirit. Swallowing his demonic core will be helpful to your cultivation." Hearing this, Xiao Jin's claws tore open the volcano pavilion's first tower master's body. He took out the demonic core and swallowed it. Chapter 2677. Let's go. Seeing the chaos in Thunder City, Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin quietly disappeared into the crowd. Ling Xiao had Xiao Jin hide in the beast ring for the time being, while he changed his appearance again, preparing to go to the Devil Shadow sect and destroy their base in Thunder City. In any case, the Devil Shadow sect's great deacon was General Purple Thunder. General Purple Thunder's cultivation should be around the first cycle of the Yin-Yang realm's 11th layer of hell. If he and Xiao Jin worked together, they might be able to kill him. More importantly, once this chaos started, General Purple Thunder probably wouldn't be in the mood to care about the Devil Shadow sect. At this moment, the Devil Shadow sect was very empty. He could take advantage of this opportunity to rob them. Good lad, if he can join our dragon cult, overthrowing the Qin Kingdom's royal family will be just around the corner. The dragon cult expert in the crowd was very excited when he saw Ling Xiao disappear into the crowd. Although Ling Xiao had changed his appearance, this dragon cult expert had his own set of techniques that could perfectly capture Ling Xiao's aura. Lad, I'm sorry, but we'll have to let you suffer a blow first before our dragon cult rescues you. I don't believe that you won't join our dragon cult. This person sneered and immediately left, heading straight for the 14th Prince's residence. He was currently disguised as a guest elder and advisor of the 14th Prince. Although he wasn't very eye-catching, he believed that the 14th Prince would pay attention to Ling Xiao's appearance in Thunder City. Sure enough, when he told the 14th Prince about how Ling Xiao had disguised himself and killed General Blue Thunder and the Volcano House's house lords, the 14th Prince's expression changed. The 14th Prince's expression changed slightly. Your Highness, why don't you let our Bo Yi clan handle this matter? No, let our Gu clan handle it. Our Fengli clan is also willing to help. The enmity between the Bo Yi clan and Ling Xiao didn't need to be said. The current patriarch of the Gu clan was Gu Tianbo. As the newest member of the 8 great clans, they had not been humiliated for a long time. However, Ling Xiao not only killed Gu Fang, but also humiliated Gu Tianba in front of many people in the restaurant. More importantly, Gu Tianba also found out that his son, Gu Mingyu, was killed by Ling Xiao. Therefore, the Gu clan had to kill Ling Xiao. Because the pineapple family was born from the ancient pineapple tree, they got this surname. Although their surname was strange, this family was closely related to the royal family. This was because every generation of women from the Fengli family was the queen of the state of Qin. This generation was slightly inferior, but she was still the most favored imperial concubine of the Qin Kingdom's king. Her status was even higher than that of the queen. Because this imperial concubine's son was the 14th prince, Qin Zhengxiong. The queen's son was Jihyun of Silla. Now that he had been killed, there was no way he could be compared to this imperial concubine. After all, in the harem, the mother's status had always depended on her son. The enmity between the pineapple family and Ling Xiao stemmed from what happened in the restaurant. The 14th prince's cousin was arrogant and despotic, bullying the weak everywhere she went. When she met a steel plate like Ling Xiao, she was crippled by Ling Xiao. As such, how could the pineapple family forgive Ling Xiao? Unexpectedly, 3 of the 8 great clans were willing to kill Ling Xiao. The 14th prince thought for a moment and said, "The 3 of you should take action together. You absolutely cannot let Ling Xiao escape Thunder City." Although Ling Xiao had been in the limelight recently, the 14th prince, Qin Zhengxiong, still did not take Ling Xiao seriously. In his opinion, no one in the state of Qin was a match for him. He had long since set his sights on a higher level. For a petty thief like Ling Xiao, he could just leave it to his subordinates to deal with. Furthermore, the ones taking action were 3 of the 8 great clans. Could anything happen to him? As Ling Xiao was walking, he suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. A strong sense of vigilance arose in his heart. "Boss, something's wrong. We seem to be surrounded. Moreover, there are many experts." Xiao Jin also sensed this terrifying threat from the beast ring. "Looks like we've been exposed. Since that's the case, there's no need to hide anymore." Ling Xiao sneered and returned to his original appearance. He could not be bothered to disguise himself. In any case, he had already been exposed. It would be boring to do such things. However, the plan to eradicate the Devil Shadow sect would probably have to be put on hold for the time being. The next plan was to escape Thunder City. Thinking of this, he set his sights on the city gates of Thunder City. After galloping for nearly 1 li, the city gates were already within reach. However, at this moment, the people surrounding him finally tied up this pocket. Ling Zhao's surroundings were simply filled with experts. There were actually 2 cultivators at the middle stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. There were as many as 6 cultivators at the early stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. As for the peak stage of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm, there were at least 1,000. There were close to 10,000 cultivators at the late stage of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. As for the remaining cultivators, none of them were below the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. As for the people surrounding him, there were as many as 50 to 60,000. It looked like someone had really put in a lot of effort to kill him. This kind of treatment really surprised Ling Xiao. However, thinking about it, it made sense. Kill the 8th prince. Kill Jihyun of Silla. Kill the patriarch of the Bo Yi family, Bo Yi Qin. Kill the 4 generals of the Sky Thunder Legion. This time, he caused a huge commotion in Thunder City, killed General Qing Lei, destroyed the volcano tower, and added an unprecedented problem to the royal family. If the Qin Kingdom's royal family still did not take action against him, then they would not be able to survive in the future. The Bo Yi family, Gu family, and Pineapple family all came out in full force. The cultivators below the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm were all outside the perimeter. It was not their turn to make a move. This time, Ling Xiao had finally witnessed the power of the royal family, and the power of the 8 great families. It was indeed terrifying. It was not something his 8 Immortals County could compare to. Fortunately, he had the 10 terminal formation. Otherwise, if all these experts came out, the 8 Immortals County would definitely be robbed clean, and not even a blade of grass would survive. Little Gold, are you afraid? A faint smile appeared on Ling Zhao's face as he let Little Gold out of the beast ring. Afraid? As long as I can fight with you, boss, even if I die here, what is there to be afraid of? Little Gold said as it flapped its wings. Good brother, let's add some spice to this chaotic Thunder City today. If it were a few days ago, Ling Xiao would probably only be able to escape in the face of so many experts. Even escaping would be a problem. However, today, Ling Xiao was somewhat confident that he could leave after causing a huge commotion in Thunder City. Fortunately, although there were many people this time, there were no late-stage or peak-stage cultivators at the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. To them, this was definitely an incomparably fortunate event. Chapter 2678. Gu Tianbao looked coldly at Ling Xiao and suddenly sneered. Hee hee, you're doing pretty well. I'm afraid everyone in the state of Qin knows your name. Not only did you occupy the 8 Immortals County, but you also established the 8 Immortals Kingdom. Even the Sky Thunder Corps sent by the royal family couldn't do anything to you. Instead, they lost 4 generals. To be honest, I'm starting to be afraid of you. So, you can't leave here alive. Otherwise, you'll become the scourge of the state of Qin. Speaking of this, Gu Tianbao looked around and asked, Where's the woman beside you? He wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao, but he was terrified of Yu Fenghua. After all, he had experienced Yu Fenghua's strength before. Others thought that Gu Tianbao was only at the peak of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. In fact, he hid his true cultivation in order to disguise himself as a pig to eat a tiger. This caused many enemies to come to seek death. His true cultivation was at the middle stage of the 11th level of the Hell. He was one of the 2 top experts among the people who came. Even so, he was still afraid of Yu Fenghua. Only he knew that he had used all his strength in the restaurant. However, he still couldn't block Yu Fenghua's attack. This was enough to show how terrifying that woman was. Hee hee, are you afraid? Ling Xiao sneered. Not afraid, but cautious. The only reason you dare to run amok is because you are relying on that woman's strength. Without her, You're just an insignificant bug, Gu Tianba said indifferently. That's what the head of the volcano house thinks too. Don't tell me you're planning to follow in his footsteps? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Humph, that idiot must have fallen into your trap. I won't. Moreover, you have an army of tens of thousands. Even if you can contend against the experts of the 11th level of the hell, what can you do? Ha ha ha, you'll suffer the wrath of the three great families today. Gu Tianba snorted coldly, and then burst into laughter. Gu Tianba's laughter was somewhat to cover up his awkwardness, but at the same time, it was also unbridled. With such a huge formation and an army of tens of thousands surrounding a martial artist at the middle stage of the 10th level of hell, it felt like using a flying sword to kill a mosquito. How could he not win? Not only Gu Tianba, but the others also had the same idea. There were too many mysteries surrounding Ling Xiao, and there were also many incomprehensible things about him. However, they still believed that no matter how many miracles there were, they would not be able to fill the huge gap in strength. If Ling Xiao could escape from their encirclement today, it would not be a miracle. It could even be called a miracle. Perhaps miracles could be created, but miracles could not be created by mortals. Therefore, Ling Xiao must die today. Xiao Jin was lying on Ling Xiao's shoulder, and the little golden bird was completely ignored. No one knew that the current Xiao Jin possessed even greater battle prowess than Ling Xiao. Ignoring him would cause this battle to become full of variables. In fact, among the opponents, only the two middle-stage martial artists at the 11th level of hell could pose a threat to Ling Xiao. As for the others, Ling Xiao was confident that he could defeat them one by one. As long as he did not give them a chance to surround him, he could win. In terms of fighting strength, the opponents were indeed stronger. However, the prerequisite was that they could form a rope. Ling Xiao would definitely not give them this opportunity. Xiao Jin, I'll leave those two guys at the 11th level of hell to you. Is there a problem? Ling Xiao sent a soul message. It's a little difficult, but I can try. Xiao Jin could easily deal with one of them, but it was indeed a little troublesome to deal with two of them together. Okay, try to delay those two guys. I'll open up a bloody path for us. Don't fight and try to escape. Where there's life, there's hope, Ling Xiao reminded. He was not a brute. Since his identity had been exposed, he naturally had to leave Thunder City. If the 14th Prince Chen Shengxiong, the Thunder Emperor, the Lightning Seigneur, or even the old antiques of the Qin nation attacked, the two of them would really die here. Thus, they only had one goal, to break out of the encirclement and escape. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao looked back at Gu Tianba and the others and said, If there were 1 million of you, you might be able to pose a threat to me. However, there are only 50 to 60,000 of you. To me, these people are just wooden stakes, scarecrows. Aside from dying, they have no meaning. In my Ling Xiao's eyes, the so-called 8 great clans are all trash. The royal army is all trash. Thus, I advise you to get those trash out of the way. Otherwise, I'll clean up the 3 great clans and remove your names. You dare to say that we're all trash? The cultivators of the 3 great clans all gnashed their teeth at Ling Xiao's words, their expressions extremely unsightly. Isn't that so? Then which one of you dares to fight one-on-one with me? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Ling Xiao, you don't have to play tricks. You want to fight one-on-one? Do you think that's possible? Our advantage lies in our 50,000 troops. You want us to give up such an advantage? Do you think we're stupid? Gu Tianba said with a smile. Ha ha, this is the first time I've heard someone make cowardice sound so dignified. You're really gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. I just don't want to kill indiscriminately. However, since you're not willing to fight one-on-one, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Amidst his laughter, Ling Xiao suddenly transformed into a purple lightning bull. Then, his huge body stomped on the street. Earthquakes and mountains sway. Terrifying vibrations began to appear within a radius of dozens of miles. The people surrounding him and Xiao Jin were all seeing stars and feeling dizzy. It was as if their feet had lost their roots. Shadow martial arts, ghost-slaying dragon, ghost-fighting emperor. Then, he transformed back into a purple lightning bull and 8 immortal swords appeared in his hands. Terrifying sword light fell on the street like rain. The martial artists who were still dizzy were all injured by the sword chi. Some died on the spot, but of course, more were injured. Ling Zhao's attack did not stop because this was originally an attack strategy. Then, he transformed into the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon. Demonic Dragon Blood Curse. The terrifying Demonic Dragon Blood Curse was released. The blood in the bodies of the injured martial artists flew out. Some were sucked dry in an instant, while others were still struggling desperately. Sun God's divine ability, Bloodthirsty Plague. Then, Ling Xiao released the Bloodthirsty Plague. The terrifying plague spread among the crowd. At this time, the disadvantage of having too many people was revealed. The plague was the easiest to spread in a dense crowd. In an instant, tens of thousands of martial artists were tormented by the plague. They had completely lost their fighting strength and had no choice but to resist this terrifying virus. This scene left the experts who weren't affected by the bloodthirsty plague dumbstruck. Chapter 2679. See, I've said it before. There's no use in having so many people. Cultivators below the 11th level of hell are nothing to me. Ling Xiao sneered at the dumbfounded Gu Tianba and the others. You said that I was being petty and wanted to fight you one-on-one? Do you understand now? You are too stupid to see my good intentions. Monster! Gu Tianba's mouth was agape for a long time before he finally uttered these 2 words. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was a monster. After all, it was simply impossible for him to deal with 50,000 people at the same time. However, Ling Xiao's bloodthirsty plague was too terrifying. This was simply a bug-like ability. It was no wonder that this kid had always been so arrogant. It turned out that he had such a terrifying ability. Stop! If you want to fight me one-on-one, I will agree. I want to see whether you are a human or a demon. Gu Tianba roared at Ling Xiao. It's impossible for me to stop. If you can keep up with me, then come on. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't choose to fight Gu Tianba in Thunder Capital. He called out to Little Gold and rushed out of the city. However, when he approached the city gate, he discovered that Thunder Capital was also protected by a powerful array formation. The array formation enveloped the entire Thunder Capital, so it would be difficult for him to fly away even if he had wings. Unless he could break this array formation. Master, it's up to you. I will buy time. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to the Yuan Venerate. Leave it to me. Although this array formation is complicated, I will definitely break it within 10 minutes. Be careful. The Yuan Venerate flew out of Ling Xiao's body. Because he was a spiritual body, others couldn't see him at all. Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about him. He. Why don't you run away? Why aren't you running away? Do you think you are the only one who knows about array formations? Thunder Capital has been protected by a large array since the day it was established. Furthermore, this array formation was set up by the founder of the Qin nation and is considered an ancient array formation. You simply can't break it. Even if you can, we won't give you the time to do so. Didn't you just say that you want to fight one-on-one? I'll fulfill your wish. Gu Tianba proudly looked at Ling Xiao and said, You guys are powerful. Come, let me see the true strength of the Qin Nation's City Defense Battalion Commander, a rank 1 military marquis. Gu Tianba wanted to personally kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also hoped to buy time for his master, Yuan Venerate, to break the array. Therefore, the battle between the two seemed inevitable. The plan was a little different from Ling Xiao's previous plan, but it didn't matter much. A one-on-one battle was actually more advantageous for him. Patriarch Tianba, let our Boyi family deal with this brat. Suddenly, a person walked out from the Boyi family. His cultivation base was at the early stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. His name was Bo Yi Yuan, and he was the son of Bo Yi Qinglei. However, he was even stronger than his father. Bo Yi Yuan was even stronger than his father. At the age of 40, he was already close to breaking through the middle stage of the 11th level of hell. He was only one level away. He wanted to avenge his father. All right, on account of your eagerness to avenge your father, I'll leave this battle to you. Be careful, this brat is strange. Gu Tianba was actually a little afraid of Ling Xiao. He was mainly afraid that Yu Fahua was nearby. Therefore, since Bo Yiyuan wanted to make a move, he would let this brat test the waters for him. Bo Yiyuan sneered. Rest assured, military marquis. I will make sure he dies a horrible death. His confidence didn't just come from his own strength. Of course, there were other factors as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stepped out so easily. Ling Xiao looked at Bo Yiyuan coldly, and waved his hand casually. Scram! Your father wanted to kill me, so I killed him. I hope you don't throw your life away. Otherwise, I'm afraid your family won't even be able to survive. He simply didn't want to fight with Bo Yiyuan. In his opinion, a martialist at the initial stage of the 11th level of hell wasn't worth mentioning. You want me to scram? Are you afraid? Bo Yiyuan mocked. Idiot! Ling Xiao scolded and said. Since you want to die, then come. I will stand here. No matter how many people you send, I will serve you until the end. I just want to tell you and the Qin Kingdom's royal family that the royal family's lackeys are all trash. Trash! This king? Do you really think of yourself as one of the 8 immortal kings? Gu Tianba said coldly. Ling Xiao, you're dead meat today. Bo Yiyuan, if you can kill him, I will give you all the 100 virgins selected by the common people. You have to know that each of those 100 girls is gorgeously dressed. More importantly, they all have the purest blood. If you use them to cultivate, you can improve your cultivation even more. Haven't you been unable to break through? The opportunity is here. Beast! Ling Xiao had heard that the martialists of the 8 great families liked to cultivate with the blood of virgins. It was said that this was a special cultivation method. It was a reward from the Devil Shadow sect. Originally, he thought that this was just a rumor and couldn't be taken seriously. But listening to Gu Tianba's words, it turned out to be true. One must know that once those pitiful girls were used as cultivation props, they would be bled every day and fed like pigs. No dignity. No hope. Their lives were ruined just like that. Among them, some of them even had good martial arts aptitude, but they were ruined like this. Ling Xiao was not a saint, but he was still a person with a strong sense of justice. Such beastly behavior made him unable to feel the slightest bit of pity. When Bo Yiyuan heard Gu Tianba's words, his eyes lit up and he said excitedly, Thank you for the reward, military marquis. Don't worry, I will definitely kill Ling Xiao. He looked as if he couldn't wait to twist Ling Gao's head off. Looking at this scene, Ling Xiao suddenly felt that his previous sympathy was simply laughable. Bo Yiyuan, since you're scum like Gu Tianba, I won't have any psychological burden if I kill you. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and looked coldly at Bo Yiyuan. He hooked his hand and said, Come, let me see how capable a scum like you is. Kill him. Let this guy know the strength of our Bo Yi family. On the Bo Yi family's side, the martial artists who were still alive shouted crazily. In order to resist the bloodthirsty plague, they had suffered great torment. This hatred was naturally forced onto Ling Xiao. Bo Yiyuan walked towards Ling Xiao. On the wide street, there was no one else. The moment the 3 great clans surrounded Soaring Sky, everyone here had already been chased away. Therefore, this was the best battlefield. Die, Ling Xiao! Bo Yiyuan didn't waste any words. When he was about 50 meters away from Ling Xiao, he suddenly roared and charged forward. The Bo Yi family's ancestral martial spirit, the swamp monster, also appeared behind him. But this guy's martial spirit is a little special, it's actually dark green. Chapter 2680. The gigantic swamp monster stretched out its strange tentacles and pierced through the void toward Ling Xiao. The dark green venom fell to the ground, and the solid ground was instantly corroded. What a terrifying venom! No wonder this kid has the confidence to kill me! Ling Xiao could not help but sneer. Then I'd like to see if your venom is more powerful than my lava. He did not waste any more time and instantly entered the beast soul transformation state of the three-headed lava hound. 3 terrifying heads of the lava hound stretched out from his back and pounced toward the swamp monster. The boiling lava continued to burn in the air, emitting a charred smell as if the entire sky was about to be burned through. Boom! The 3 heads of the lava hounds and the swamp monster met in the air. Flames raged and lava exploded. Dark green venom splattered everywhere. Some warriors could not dodge in time and were hit by the venom. Their bodies were instantly melted. However, Ling Xiao's face was as calm as ever. Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, Sky Dragon Continent Energy Release. At present, Ling Xiao's Sky Tyrant Martial Soul had truly formed the power of the 3 continents, Sky Dragon, Godly Phoenix, White Tiger, and Sky Tyrant Universe. When the power of the 3 continents was fully displayed, Ling Xiao's Sky Tyrant Martial Soul was currently the strongest power after Sky Tyrant Universe. However, it was not necessary to deal with Bo Yi Yuan. The power of the Sky Dragon continent alone was more than enough. A sky dragon flew out from the void above Ling Xiao's head and let out a loud dragon roar. Then, it merged into the lava hound transformation. The power of the 3 heads instantly increased. Then, the swamp monster collapsed and turned into fragments. The terrifying lava took the opportunity to rush toward Bo Yi Yuan and completely engulf him. Completely drowned. Bo Yi Yuan's face changed as if he was thrown into the lava of a volcano. He did not underestimate his opponent. Releasing the dark green venomous swamp monster meant that he was ready to attack Ling Xiao with all his might. He thought that he could kill Ling Xiao instantly if he used all his strength. However, Ling Xiao's lava hound actually blocked his attack. Then, a terrifying power from an unknown source directly poured into the lava hound. In an instant, his swamp monster lost its ability to resist. Damn it, what kind of power is this? Bo Yi Yuan's face was very ugly. He desperately displayed Yuan energy protection and merged his martial soul into his body to form a solid protective layer on the surface in an attempt to block the terrifying power of the lava. However, it did not seem to be of much use. The magma was able to block it, but because he had focused all his elemental energy on defense, he had completely ignored the bloodthirsty plague that had already spread all over his body. Previously, Ling Xiao did not let the bloodthirsty plague attack because with Hanno Yuan's strength, the bloodthirsty plague alone would not be able to kill him easily. Swamp 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 monsters swamp swamp amp amp swamp swamp monster swamp 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 amp swamp. No! You can't do this! Waving his hand, he took out a defensive magic artifact from his storage ring and used it to resist the magma, while he circulated his internal force to drive away the bloodthirsty plague. However, how could Ling Xiao let him have his way? Shadow martial art, Shadow Sword Demon. Great success! The gloomy sword light was not that bright. It was like a demonic shadow that was released from Ling Xiao's body. It turned into a small sword light that pierced towards Hanno Yuan at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Hanno Yuan had to deal with the power of lava and the bloodthirsty plague, so he couldn't spare any attention to resist this terrifying sword light. How could he have imagined that Ling Xiao's attacks would actually be so intertwined, making it completely impossible to guard against? Originally, his strength should have been slightly stronger than Ling Xiao, especially before Ling Xiao released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. But now, not only did Ling Xiao use the Sky Dragon's power of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he also used the bloodthirsty plague to weaken Hanno Yuan. The current Hanno Yuan no longer has any advantage against Ling Xiao. His father was killed by Ling Xiao's sneak attack. For him to be able to hold on until now is already considered very good. He is indeed much stronger than his father. The feeling of death is so close. He can already feel the sharpness of the sword energy with his skin. But the opponent's speed is too fast, there is no way for him to dodge. The only thing he can do is to shout for help. From the Hanno family, 2 First Revolution Yin Yang Realm Early Stage Hell Realm martial artists rushed out. This is also their Hanno family's final strength. They don't want to see Hanno Yuan die like this. What bullshit 1-on-1, they don't care. So what if they are shameless? Their Hanno family is already used to being shameless. Want to save him? Too late. Ling Xiao gave Xiao Jin a signal with his eyes. Xiao Jin suddenly turned into a huge golden crow. It stretched out its claws and pressed the two men to the ground, burning them to death. With Xiao Jin's current strength, it is too easy to kill these two men. After all, although these two men's cultivation is similar to Hanno Yuan, even if they are added together, they may not be as strong as Hanno Yuan. Even if they are of the same cultivation, the difference in their combat strength is very big. What? Before the crowd could be shocked by the fact that Ling Xiao easily suppressed Hanno Yuan, they were shocked by Xiao Jin's terrifying strength. Easily killing two first revolution in Yang realm early stage martial artists, this strength is not inferior to Gu Tianba and the other top expert. Gu Tianba even swallowed his saliva. He is really afraid. If he was the one who attacked just now, he would have been killed by this little bird. No matter how he calculated, he actually missed out on this bird. Hateful, what is this Ling Zhao's background? Previously, there was a powerful woman by his side, and now there is this powerful golden bird. Could it be that he is the young master of some big force? Gu Tianba can only think like this. Otherwise, he really cannot understand how Ling Xiao can have so many experts by his side. Ling Xiao does not care about their thoughts. The sharp sword light pierced through all of Hanno Yuan's defenses and pierced his throat. Hanno Yuan was lifted up. Ah! At that moment, Hanno Yuan burst out with an earth-shattering scream. The whole street can hear it clearly. Stop it! Stop it! I don't want to fight anymore. I don't want to fight anymore. You said that you can spare me. Everyone has a time when they are afraid of death. However, even if some people are afraid of death, they will not beg for mercy for their dignity. But some people can't. When they are in power, they are extremely arrogant. But once there is danger, they will immediately beg for mercy like a pitiful bug. Ling Zhao's sword did not only pierce Hanno Yuan's throat. Moreover, through the bloodthirsty plague, he absorbed the energy in Hanno Yuan's body. A part of it is directly refined and absorbed. The rest is stored in the cells. Chapter 2681. Do you know fear now? Unfortunately, it's too late. From the moment you made your move, you were already destined to die under my sword. Ling Xiao looked at Watanabe with contempt and said, But you can rest assured. There are many people from your Watanabe clan accompanying you down there. You won't feel lonely. No! You can't kill me! Watanabe shouted in fear as if he was demonstrating to Ling Xiao. Because you're from the 8 great clans? Because you're related to the royal clan? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. No, I'm not just a member of the Watanabe clan. My other identity is also a disciple of the dragon cult. At the critical juncture of life and death, Watanabe could no longer care about the secret he had been hiding for a long time. In fact, the dragon cult was originally a rebel force in the Qin country. Not to mention Watanabe, in fact, there were also many people in the imperial court who belonged to the dragon cult. But these people had secret identities that they didn't dare to easily expose. Once exposed, they would definitely die without a burial ground. Watanabe also didn't want to expose himself, so when he said those words to Ling Xiao, his voice was very soft. Only Ling Xiao could hear it. He hoped that Ling Xiao would spare his life in fear of the dragon cult. So what if it's the dragon cult? I have already formed enmity with the dragon cult. Unless they are willing to apologize to me, if I have time, I will first destroy the Qin country's royal clan and then destroy the dragon cult. Ling Xiao sneered. Sword chi crisscrossed on his sword and instantly destroyed Watanabe's nervous system. Then, he kicked Watanabe's corpse toward Gu Tianbao. Back then, the sect master of the 8 Immortals Mountain was a member of the dragon cult. Later, when he and Jihyun of Silla and Qin Kanglan were on their way to Thunder City, they were attacked by the dragon cult and almost lost their lives. This was a great enmity. Watanabe actually dared to use the dragon cult to threaten him. He was simply courting death. See, I've said it before. The 8 great clans are all trash. A martial artist at the early stage of the 11th level of Hell in Yin-Yang realm was no match for me, a martial artist at the early stage of the 10th level of Hell. This was simply hilarious. If you don't want to admit that you're trash, then come at me. Gu Tianba, don't let others die for you this time. You should do it yourself. Although Ling Xiao wasn't standing very high, his aura had already completely suppressed the tens of thousands of people. As a result, even though his words were very unpleasant, no one dared to refute him. However, Gu Tianba hesitated. Of course, he wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao, but of Xiao Jin. If Xiao Jin teamed up with Ling Xiao, it would be impossible for him to win. As a powerhouse, his mind was still very clear. I can do it, but you can't let that little bird help. Gu Tianba looked at Ling Xiao and said, "What a joke! Xiao Jin is my comrade, and we've always been in the same boat. Forget it. Since you're so timid, there's no need to fight one-on-one. Today I, Ling Xiao, will go on a killing spree in Thunder City and kill all of you trash." Ling Xiao felt that time was almost up, so there was no need to fight one-on-one. In fact, he had already controlled his battle with Bo Yiyuan very well, delaying the battle for 7 to 8 minutes. It would only take 2 to 3 minutes for his Yuan Venerate Master to break through the defensive array formation of Thunder City. Now, all he had to do was cause a ruckus and take the opportunity to slip away. Then, everything would be fine. Xiao Jin, remember, don't leave the vicinity of the gate. Ling Xiao reminded him. Understood. Xiao Jin nodded. The two of them stood on the spot and started to unleash their attacks. Xiao Jin flapped his wings and a terrifying golden light shot out of his body, instantly penetrating dozens of meters of space and hitting the martialists who were recuperating. In an instant, a raging inferno engulfed them and they all screamed miserably as they turned into ashes. Even 2 martialists at the 11th level of the Yin-Yang boundary died on the spot because they were careless. Under Xiao Jin's attack, apart from Gu Tianba and another martialist of the same cultivation base, the others were simply sitting ducks. They were completely useless. Ling Xiao had his eyes set on Gu Tianba. He had to kill this fellow before leaving. His figure flashed, and like a wolf's afterimage, he pounced at Gu Tianba. This was the last thing he had to do before leaving. At the moment, many powerful martialists were watching the battle from afar. A dense crowd hovered in the sky and watched the battle. Of course, the expert from the dragon cult was also among them. Most of the weaker martialists were more inclined towards the Qin nation's royal family because they felt inferior. Thus, they absolutely wouldn't allow anyone who dared to defy the royal family to live, because that would make them seem too incompetent and lowly. However, the opinions of those experts were different. They wouldn't give the Qin nation's royal family any face. Instead, they sympathized and supported Ling Xiao. The better Ling Xiao performed, the better they felt. The matter of General Purple Thunder colluding with the Spectre sect was quickly suppressed by the royal family. However, this also caused the royal family's reputation to plummet. Those martialists didn't dare to provoke the royal family, but it was absolutely no problem for them to secretly support Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao tormenting the tens of thousands of people from the 3 great clans so easily, they couldn't help but feel delighted. This Ling Xiao, should I say he's bold or reckless? Sigh, no matter what, this guy will become a legend. He actually dared to come to Thunder City alone. Too crazy. This is a real man. If he really escapes, he'll probably become the eternal shame of the Qin nation's royal family. And Ling Xiao will create a true miracle. He's young, but his cultivation is so terrifying. The matching combat strength is even more shocking. It's a pity that he's still weak and a little too impulsive. Otherwise, if he was allowed to develop for a few more years, he would definitely become a terrifying existence that even the Thunder Emperor wouldn't be able to suppress. That 14th prince is nothing in front of him. Do you think he'll die? Someone asked. If nothing unexpected happens and no one comes to save him, he'll definitely die. Right now, I'm hoping that the dragon cult will save this kid. If that happens, the royal family will be anxious. Someone laughed. Actually, in the eyes of most people, Ling Xiao would definitely die this time if no one came to save him. Even if he defeated those opponents, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to escape Thunder City. The royal family wouldn't allow such a disgrace to appear. Their discussion wouldn't affect Ling Yao's battle. Ling Zhao's plan had already been reformulated. After killing Gu Tianba, he would retreat. On one hand, Gu Tianba was indeed a threat. On the other hand, Ling Xiao needed to break through, and Gu Tianba would be a very good sparring partner. End the battle quickly! Ling Xiao had already made his decision. The instant he pounced at Gu Tianba, Ling Xiao instantly entered the Nine-Snake General Transformation state. The Nine-Snake head spat out a terrifying poisonous mist. Chapter 2682. To deal with Gu Tianba, Ling Xiao naturally had to use all his skills. Otherwise, it would be impossible to win. After all, there was still a big gap between his current cultivation and the other parties. Then, he transformed into a lava Cerberus, releasing scorching hell. Gu Tianba was covered in it. This way, no one would come to rescue him. It wasn't that easy to break through scorching hell. After that, Ling Xiao activated the deadly germs that the bloodthirsty plague had hidden in Gu Tianba's body. Things were not over yet. Ling Xiao roared and fully released the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. 8 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards with 80% of his strength pounced on Gu Tianba and surrounded him. 80% of Ling Xiao's strength was almost equivalent to the early stage of the 11th level of Hell. 8 of these guys attacked Gu Tianba at the same time. Even Gu Tianba was a little flustered. Coupled with the infection of the bloodthirsty plague virus, Gu Tianba was almost instantly tricked by Ling Xiao. The Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards were still fine. As long as he used all his strength, it would be easy to eliminate them all. But Ling Xiao didn't give him the chance at all. The 8 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards almost detonated themselves at the same time. The only thing Gu Tianba could do was to defend with all his strength. Even so, he was still injured by the terrifying power of thunder and lightning. On the wound, the virus spread faster. So much so that he had to consume nearly half of his internal force to stop the virus from raging. When all the conditions were met, Ling Xiao used his killer move, Shadow Sword Demon at the Great Perfection Realm. It was a stronger move than when he dealt with Bo Yi Chen. Stealth. Speed. Impossible to guard against. When the cold blade directly pierced Gu Tianba's shoulder blade, Gu Tianba let out a hysterical scream. Ling Xiao was a little dissatisfied. Because he originally stabbed at Gu Tianba's throat, but this guy actually dodged at the critical moment. This time, he dodged because he was stronger than Bo Yi Chen. But so what? Thunderstorm Art! Ling Xiao released the Thunderstorm Art. The terrifying lightning followed the 8 immortal swords and penetrated Gu Tianba's wound, instantly spreading throughout his body. Due to the increase in Ling Xiao's cultivation level, the Thunder Explosion skill's power was naturally more terrifying. It was not inferior to the power of a First Heaven of God grade martial skill. When Gu Tianba was hit by the Berserk Thunder Art, his body emitted a burnt smell, together with the upgrade of Scorching Hell. In addition to the 9 Snake Generals' poisonous fog, the bloodthirsty plague, and the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard's influence, Gu Tianba finally couldn't hold on any longer. No matter how strong he was, in the face of this series of continuous attacks, he finally fell to the ground. No, I don't want to die. Gu Tianba couldn't believe that Ling Xiao could kill him without Xiao Jin's help. This series of attacks caught him off guard, and he didn't even have the chance to react. It was too terrifying. Hydrolysis. Suddenly, Gu Tianba let out a roar. His body turned into a stream of water and seeped into the ground. Gu Tianba's martial spirit is actually a huge water ball. It doesn't look like much, but at the critical moment, it can really save a life. This was something that Ling Xiao didn't expect. However, he absolutely couldn't allow Gu Tianba to escape. Here, it was already very difficult to kill Gu Tianba. If this guy escaped, it would inevitably leave behind a disaster. Fortunately, Ling Xiao still had a way. He sneered, and a huge bronze coffin emerged from the void. Then, hundreds of chains engraved with powerful inscriptions flew out from the coffin. Even though Gu Tianba had turned into an elemental body at this time, he still couldn't defeat the terrifying sealing chains. He was directly tied up and then dragged into the bronze coffin. This bronze coffin and chains were obtained by Ling Xiao from the 5th floor of the ghost prison of the 8 Immortal Mountain. It was used by the founder of the 8 Immortal Mountain, the 8 Immortal Old Ancestor. Its quality is definitely an emperor weapon. It's an existence above a spiritual weapon. Every time Ling Xiao used it, he would suffer a backlash and his cultivation would be partially sealed. Then, his cultivation speed would rapidly decline. But at this time, he had to use it. Anyway, even if he suffered a backlash, he would be able to recover in about half a month. During this process, he could still improve his cultivation through fighting. In any case, ordinary cultivation was no longer of much significance to him. During this period of time, his cultivation improvement was basically carried out in battles. Retreat. After killing Gu Tianba, Ling Xiao didn't stay any longer. He called Xiao Jin, who had killed another martial artist at the 11th floor of the Yinyang realm, and fled. A man and a bird broke through the air and rushed toward the gate of Thunder City. No one chased after them, partly because of fear. Also, it was because there was no need to. The formation of Thunder City was definitely not something that Ling Xiao could break in a short time. Ling Xiao definitely couldn't escape. In the void, General Zilei, who had already arrived at the scene, looked at all of this coldly. He had to come. Now, he was bearing infamy. In order to protect him, the royal family had shed all pretense of cordiality with many martial artists. Therefore, he had to kill Ling Xiao to defend the dignity of the royal family. At the same time, he was also toying with his own humiliation. "Commander, why don't I do it?" General Zilei said from the side. "No need. I want to kill this Ling Xiao personally. In front of everyone," General Zilei said indifferently. The anger in his heart had risen to the extreme. One had to know that his cultivation was on par with the Lightning Seigneur. His existence was the backbone of the Qin nation. However, he was bitten by Ling Xiao, causing him to become a sinner. How could he vent his anger? He could only find Ling Xiao. He wanted to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. "That kid won't escape, right?" General Zilei frowned. Although he was very confident in the formation of Thunder City, Ling Xiao was still an existence that was difficult to predict with common sense. "He can't escape. Do you think the formation of Thunder City is just for show?" General Zilei said disdainfully. However, as soon as he said this, his expression became extremely awkward. This was because Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin had already rushed out of Thunder City, destroyed the huge gate of Thunder City, and arrived outside the city. Damn it! Someone must be helping them! General Zilei was slapped in the face, and he was even more annoyed. With a flash, he seemed to have turned into a purple lightning bolt and rushed towards Ling Xiao. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he had already landed more than 10 meters in front of Ling Xiao. He looked at Ling Xiao coldly, his face arrogant and angry. "It's over, it's over!" Although he has created a miracle, he was still a step away. Ling Xiao and his golden pet defeated those who were chasing him and even killed Gu Tianba and the patriarch of the Fengli family. He almost destroyed the 3 great families. In my opinion, the 8 great families will become 5 great families in the future. Chapter 2683. Why do I have a feeling that Ling Xiao can still successfully escape? Impossible, unless he can kill General Purple Thunder. If even General Purple Thunder is defeated by him, I believe that Thunder City will be in chaos. The dragon cult will not let go of such a good opportunity. At that time, he will definitely be able to escape. But is that possible? General Purple Thunder is not Gu Tianba. He is much stronger than him. Perhaps, but I still hope that a miracle can appear. General Purple Thunder stood there and looked at Ling Xiao coldly. The huge halberd in his hand was constantly jumping with purple lightning. He did not use his martial soul because he felt that there was no need. If he had to use his martial soul to kill Ling Xiao, he felt that he was too incompetent. A cold light flickered in his eyes. Purple lightning danced in his pupils. Are you going to commit suicide, or am I going to do it? General Purple Thunder looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. He found it hard to understand how such an insignificant kid could kill so many important people in the Qin nation. But today, Ling Xiao must die. There was no possibility of survival. Ling Xiao looked at General Purple Thunder. He knew very well that this was the most terrifying opponent he had encountered since coming to Thunder City. He glanced at Xiao Jin and said, "Don't make a move first. If I can't do it, then you go. You must be steady, accurate, and ruthless. I will make him expose his flaws." Ling Xiao knew that it was impossible for him to defeat General Purple Thunder. The only things he could rely on were the Tyrant Martial Soul and the Butterfly Lady Soul. The Tyrant Martial Soul could only be used in a situation of absolute death. The Butterfly Lady Soul was used to guard against the 14th Prince or the Lightning Seigneur. They were all killing moves that could not be used until the last moment. Of course, the Heavenly Dragon Power, Divine Phoenix Power, and White Tiger Power that extended from the Tyrant Martial Soul could still be used. But even so, he was still not a match for this guy. He was very strong, so he knew how strong his opponent was. But did he not dare to fight just because he was strong? That was not Ling Xiao's style. "Boss, why don't I force him to expose his flaws?" Xiao Jin said. "You're very strong, but your attack style is too monotonous. There's no need to discuss this matter. I'll do it. Help me keep an eye on that guy, but also be careful of other people's sneak attacks." The other person Ling Xiao was referring to was naturally General Lan Lei. This General Lan Lei was stronger than Gu Tianbao. He was definitely a formidable opponent for Xiao Jin. If General Lan Lei suddenly attacked, then Xiao Jin would not be able to help him. When that time came, he would have to work hard himself. He had long thought about the situation today, but whether he could escape with his life depended on whether he could turn the tide. The male and female 8 immortal swords appeared in Ling Xiao's hands. The surging and biting cold sword intent was instantly released. Wherever the sword went, countless people trembled in fear. In the sky, the onlooking martial artists on the city wall were sweating for Ling Xiao, but they couldn't help but admire Ling Xiao. He was still so calm in the face of General Purple Thunder. Could it be that this person, this brat, was not afraid at all? The demon dragon envoy of the dragon cult originally wanted to try to save Ling Xiao. But at this moment, he shook his head helplessly. What a pity! If it's to save someone from Gu Tianba, I can still do it. But if General Purple Thunder attacks, this brat will definitely die. When he sighed, General Purple Thunder's expression was also ugly. Ling Xiao was not frightened by his aura, but still wanted to fight him head-on. Was there something wrong with this brat's brain? Your cultivation should be at the peak of Yin-Yang Realm level 10. They didn't see it, they were stupid. But do you think that you have the right to challenge me with that little bit of cultivation? Yes, you killed Weino Yuan and Gu Tianbao. But compared to me, they're just 2 ants. General Purple Thunder looked at Ling Xiao and said loudly. His voice was full of pride and disdain. Of course I know, but how would I know if I can kill you if I don't try? Surrendering to you means death. If I fight you to the death, I might be able to create a miracle. Why do I feel like I'm lucky today? Ling Xiao looked at General Purple Thunder. His opponent's strength did give him great pressure, but he had no choice now. The only thing he could do was to fight. Those people are good at talking, but they all died very quickly. Their ability to talk is stronger than their strength. What about you? Is it the same for you? Ling Xiao sneered and instantly transformed into the purple lightning thunderbolt. At that moment, the sword essence released by the 8 immortal swords in his hands became stronger. Brat, you're really annoying. Fine, I'll try first. Let's see if you're qualified to make me use my real strength. I'll play with you first. Anyway, you can't escape today. As soon as General Zilei finished speaking, he leaned forward like a bolt of lightning and appeared in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. He waved the long halberd in his hand and swept it towards Ling Xiao fiercely. If this attack really hit, it was likely that Ling Xiao would be directly cut in half at the waist. The long halberd whistled and the wind was fierce. Ling Xiao's expression was extremely serious. The 8 immortal swords in his right hand stabbed out. Ghost-slaying dragon! Then the 8 immortal swords in his left hand stabbed out. Ghost War Emperor! The top Jade grade martial skill was faster than the first heaven of immortal grade martial skill. Fierce sword essence and dense killing intent were suddenly released. Boom! With a loud bang, the wind exploded. Huge chunks of earth were lifted from the surrounding ground. Ling Xiao frowned. His body was like a kite with a broken string. He flew back hundreds of steps and then smashed into the city wall. However, he quickly stood up. He looked coldly at General Purple Thunder in the distance with a cold heart. General Purple Thunder's attack was too overbearing. Not only was it powerful, but the long halberd also contained a destructive chi. Once it entered the enemy's body, it would be a destructive blow to the enemy's body. Fortunately, Ling Xiao also mastered the destructive fighting intent, so this time, it was not too serious. But his hands had begun to tremble, and he felt a sharp pain in his hand. And this was in the state of beast soul transformation. If he was in human form, he would have been destroyed by the other party in one move. As expected, General Purple Thunder is too powerful. Ling Xiao can't be his match at all. Sigh, he was just one step away. I'm afraid the next attack will kill Ling Xiao. When people saw this scene, they sighed in their hearts. General Purple Thunder was indeed General Purple Thunder. On the surface, he was the 4th strongest expert in the Qin state. Although he was not as famous as the Thunder Sage, in terms of combat strength, he should not be much weaker than the Thunder Sage. Even if Ling Xiao could kill Gu Tianba against General Purple Thunder, he still had no chance of winning. Even those who were full of hope for Ling Xiao lowered their heads at this time. Xiao Jin even transformed into a golden crow, ready to help. However, at this moment, General Blue Thunder attacked. Evil creature, your opponent is me. Chapter 2684. Xiao Jin glanced at General Lan Lei. Although he wanted to help Ling Xiao, he knew how terrifying General Lan Lei was. Why don't I kill him first and then help boss? Thinking of this, Xiao Jin flew to the side and left the main battlefield to Ling Xiao and General Lan Lei. It seems that you really can't do it. You can't even take one move from me. Why are you still so arrogant? General Lan Lei was so arrogant that he didn't even look at Ling Xiao. It was as if Ling Xiao didn't exist in his eyes. Ha ha ha! A warrior at the late stage of the 11th level of Hell in Turn 1 Yin-Yang realm couldn't even kill a warrior at the peak of the 10th level of Hell in one move. You're still shamelessly saying that others can't do it. You're really shameless. Ling Xiao laughed out loud. After this collision, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. Instead, he was more confident. His battle intent was stronger than before. His sword essence was sharper than before. His killing intent was more terrifying than before. This guy still doesn't want to admit defeat. I don't know what other moves he has. Otherwise, he's just talking tough. Of course, people hoped that Ling Xiao could explode with powerful combat strength, and even defeat General Lan Lei. They were very unhappy about General Lan Lei colluding with the Devil Shadow sect. They couldn't get the royal family to punish General Lan Lei, so they could only hope that Ling Xiao could kill him. Although the probability was extremely low, they were still willing to try. You dare to say that I'm shameless? Let me tell you, this isn't a competition, but a fight. There's no fairness. Do you think I'm a fool? General Lan Lei looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Now I'll give you a chance. Come and attack. I'd like to see how far you can go. Even if I can't defeat you, I'll make you suffer before I die. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. You want to hurt me? Nonsense. Today, if you can get within 1 meter of me, I'll let you go. This general will let you go. General Lanley looked at Ling Xiao proudly. Are you serious? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. So many people saw it. Do you think I would lie? General Purple Thunder said with a nod. Then you'll lose for sure. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, he took a step forward with his right foot. In that instant, the sword chi condensed into a solid form, radiating with a sinister aura. The sword intent seemed to materialize at the same time, cutting General Purple Thunder. General Purple Thunder couldn't help but frown. He actually felt a slight pain. Although the pain was as light as a mosquito bite, it still made him feel very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao bent his legs and leaned his body. The sword will was still accumulating and increasing. At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into a true sword demon, causing others to fear him. It was terrifying. Suddenly, he rushed out. In that instant, the sword will rose to its peak. It swept towards General Purple Thunder like a biting cold wind. Ridiculous! General Purple Thunder didn't wait any longer. His body moved slightly, and the halberd in his hand suddenly pierced out. Shadow martial technique, Shadow Sword Demon! In an instant, Ling Xiao's two swords pierced out at the same time, tearing the void apart. The sound of the swords was extremely overbearing. The powerful and radiant sword light pierced out from the 8 immortal swords at the same time. Although there were 2 swords, it was only one move. The power of the 2 swords in combination increased a lot. The black sword shadow fiercely pounced on General Purple Thunder. Die! General Purple Thunder snorted. The halberd violently pierced out with great power. He tried to destroy the black sword shadow. However, this time, things weren't as easy as he had imagined. He knew he had underestimated his opponent. So his face became gloomier. 70% of my power! General Purple Thunder roared and increased his power by 20%. The halberd's power suddenly increased. In an instant, the Shadow Sword Demon was completely destroyed. However, the battle didn't end there. Ling Xiao's attack still didn't stop. Dual-wielding, Shadow Sword Demon, Black Immortal Descents. Black Immortal Descents was a second Heaven Immortal grade martial technique, which was at the same level as the Heavenly Thunder Guards. Ling Xiao had been cultivating for such a long time, but he had only reached the small success stage. However, its power was comparable to the Shadow Sword Demon at the Great Fulfillment Realm. 2 swords, 2 moves pierced out at the same time. In his right hand, the terrifying Shadow Sword Demon condensed again, and the gloomy chi continued to spread. In his left hand, the free and easy Black Immortal descended from the sky and looked coldly at the enemy in front of him. His eyes seemed to contain an extremely powerful sword essence, which was so cold that it could freeze everything. This time, Ling Xiao actually knocked General Purple Thunder's halberd away. General Purple Thunder's face changed drastically. He suddenly struck out with both hands. Purple Thunder Flame Palm! The terrifying palm wind turned into roaring divine thunder and instantly destroyed everything in front of it. It blasted toward Ling Xiao and hit Ling Xiao's 2 swords. Then, General Purple Thunder quickly retreated and grabbed the halberd that flew away. Boom! The palm wind and the sword chi collided, and a terrifying shock wave was generated outside Thunder Capital. The city walls even shook violently because of it. In the violent storm of power, Ling Xiao suddenly charged out again. Sky Tyrant, Power of the Sky Dragon. Dual-wielding, Shadow Sword Demon, Black Immortal Descents. An even more powerful and terrifying move was displayed. General Purple Thunder did not expect that his Purple Thunder Flame Palm would be torn apart by Ling Xiao's 2 swords. Ling Xiao was even able to penetrate the shackles of power and attack him. The Sky Dragon roared in the void. The power of Ling Xiao's move increased greatly. The 2 swords, carrying the Slaughter Sword Essence and the Destruction Sword Essence, attacked General Purple Thunder in the form of the Shadow Sword Demon and the Black Immortal. At that moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have turned into an invincible sword venerable, controlling the power of the entire space. General Purple Thunder hastily met the attack, but was forced to take 2 steps back, and a bloody wound appeared on his body. The collision this time, Ling Xiao was clearly a notch higher. Not only did I come within 1 meter of you, but I also hurt you. General, can you fulfill your promise? Can I leave now? Ling Xiao looked at General Purple Thunder, and there was a hint of mockery in his words. Of course, he knew that with the shamelessness of the other party, it was impossible for him to keep his promise. However, he still had to say these words. He wanted everyone to know what kind of person General Purple Thunder was. General Purple Thunder looked coldly at Ling Xiao. After a long silence, he said, "You hid your strength, kid. You have ulterior motives. However, with your current strength, you are indeed qualified to fight with me. But that's all. You only forced me to take 2 steps back and left a faint wound on my body. And I haven't really made my move yet." He completely avoided talking about his previous words. Instead, he increased his strength. Behind him, a ball of terrifying purple lightning appeared. It was a ball of lightning full of killing, violence, and coldness. It was a source of power that made people despair. Chapter 2685. Boom! The General of Purple Thunder swung his halberd, and the purple lightning behind him transformed into halberds made of purple lightning. There were 10 of them in total. Every single one of them was purple in color, and there was lightning dancing around them. They were filled with a terrifying aura of slaughter and destruction. That's the destructive Purple Thunder halberd. Among the crowd, there were people with good eyesight who knew what General Purple Thunder's terrifying move was. The destructive Purple Thunder halberd is rumored to be General Purple Thunder's strongest ability. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to use it. It seems that we've underestimated Ling Xiao. His ability may be more terrifying and powerful than we thought. But General Purple Thunder has used all his strength. Can Ling Xiao continue? People didn't want to leave. They were all watching the battle carefully. Even Xiao Jin and General Blue Thunder couldn't help but look over. They didn't want to continue fighting. Xiao Jin had planned to kill General Blue Thunder first, and then help Ling Xiao. However, he was surprised by General Blue Thunder's strength. He couldn't take down General Blue Thunder immediately, so he was worried about Ling Xiao. As a result, their battle became a foil. Most of the people's attention was on the other battle. You said I was qualified to make you use all your strength. But I'm sorry. I'm just playing around. Ling Xiao looked at General Purple Thunder indifferently. The truth was not as easy as he said. If he didn't make a breakthrough, he would never be able to defeat General Purple Thunder. But people had to be confident, didn't they? Faced with a battle that he couldn't choose, Ling Xiao could only make up his mind and fight to the end. If he didn't believe in himself, who would? He could feel how terrifying the 10 destructive Purple Thunder halberds were. But so what? What he had to do didn't change. Lava Cerberus, General of 9 Snake, Dominating Blood Demonic Dragon, Jade Rabbit, Black Striped Tiger. Release them. As Ling Zhao's voice rang out, 5 types of terrifying beasts began to appear behind him. They were his 5 beast souls. They had all turned into martial souls to help him. And he was still in the transformation of the Purple Thunder Bull. It was as if he had 6 beast souls supporting him at the same time. His strength began to skyrocket. It was at least 5 or 6 times stronger than before. The sword intent contained in the 2 immortal swords in his hands was even more terrifying. Although the crowd was far away, they could still feel the terrifying aura emanating from Ling Zhao's body. They couldn't help but get excited. Ling Xiao really surprised them. When they thought that he couldn't do it, he once again made them look forward to it. What kind of physique does this kid have? How can there be so many martial spirits? They all look like beast martial spirits. Could they be the legendary beast god martial artists? Can a beast god martial artist possess multiple beast souls? I've never heard of it before. Not only were the spectators in the distance surprised, but even the opponent, General Purple Thunder, felt a trace of pressure. He could clearly sense that Ling Zhao's current strength was probably comparable to a martial artist at the middle stage of the 11th level of the Yin Yang realm. They might even be able to defeat him. Fortunately, he was a late-stage cultivator. Moreover, he was stronger than an ordinary late-stage martial artist. Kid, you've really surprised me. With your current strength, you are indeed barely qualified to fight with me. Otherwise, if I kill you so easily, I will be a little disappointed. Could it be that General Purple Thunder wants to win by talking? Don't you think you're talking too much? Ling Xiao looked at General Purple Thunder indifferently. At this moment, he actually had the confidence to defeat his opponent. This was because he felt that his cultivation, which had been sealed by using the Emperor weapon, seemed to be loosening. Perhaps General Purple Thunder was giving him too much pressure. This loosening might even lead to a breakthrough in his cultivation. Moreover, he really felt that General Purple Thunder was talking too much. In the end, he was just saying that Ling Xiao wasn't qualified to fight with him. However, he hadn't been able to hurt Ling Xiao until now. It was really funny. Then you can go to hell. I guarantee that after this move, you'll die without a complete corpse. General Purple Thunder was very unhappy. Being ridiculed by such a kid, he felt uncomfortable all over. I'll just treat your words as farts. Anyway, they don't count. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Die. Purple Thunder. Halberd transformation. Kill. General Purple Thunder was enraged again. The purple thunder all over his body instantly turned into terrifying purple halberds and flew toward Ling Xiao. These purple thunder halberds were not only extremely fast, but also revealed a strong killing intent and destructive intent. As a result, the space around the halberds was torn apart inch by inch, like glass being destroyed. Terrifying. Looking at the purple halberds, people couldn't help but shudder in their hearts. Those halberds, like the magic treasures used by the thunder god who descended from the thunder region, revealed an incomparably sacred and terrifying power. It was as if they could destroy the world in an instant. Ling Xiao held 2 immortal swords in his hands. Behind him, the 5 beast souls exerted their strength together and integrated their power into the 2 swords. The 2 swords even began to emit an ear-piercing sword sound. The sound made many people's heads hurt. When the purple thunder halberds were in front of Ling Xiao, the sword in Ling Xiao's hand finally pierced out. The same move, Shadow Sword Demon and Black Immortal Descending erupted at the same time. But this time, not only did he have the power of the Sky Dragon, but also the power of the 5 beast souls. Of course, the power was imaginable. At that moment, the whole space seemed to have turned gray, which made people feel very disharmonious. Those purple thunder halberds shattered under the terrifying sword aura and then dissipated. Ling Xiao's sword pressed forward with indomitable will. After piercing through those halberds, it didn't stop, because his target was General Purple Thunder. General Purple Thunder frowned. Obviously, he was very surprised that Ling Xiao could break his attack. But it was just a surprise. He was still very disdainful of Ling Xiao's attack. The halberd in his hand suddenly bloomed with a bright purple thunder light, and then smashed down hard, wanting to smash Ling Xiao directly to the ground. Purple lightning exploded from within his body, causing people to tremble in fear. Even the surrounding air was burning under the purple thunder. Bang! The terrifying halberd blocked Ling Xiao's sword blade and repelled Ling Xiao again. After all, in terms of strength, Ling Xiao was still inferior. The previous injury was just an accident, because I underestimated you. But from this moment on, you can forget about hurting me. From the moment my destructive purple thunder halberd was created, I had the perfect defense. The most powerful attack. If you can't break my destructive purple thunder halberd, you can only be tortured. General Purple Thunder's arrogance attacked again. Maybe it was because he repelled Ling Xiao that made him arrogant again. But he didn't realize that this time, Ling Xiao only retreated a dozen steps before stopping. Chapter 2686. Ling Xiao could feel that the cultivation seal in his body had been broken. His cultivation had even climbed to the peak of the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He was only 1 step away from breaking through to the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Once he reached that level of cultivation, General Purple Thunder would no longer be his opponent. As the hope grew, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit also grew stronger. He had been stopped by General Purple Thunder and had to fight. But now, he didn't want to leave. He really didn't want to leave Thunder City without breaking through his cultivation. If I can hurt you once, I can hurt you a second time. General Purple Thunder, you're too arrogant, so you can't see that my strength is constantly increasing. I thought I couldn't defeat you and just wanted to escape. But now, I think I might be able to defeat you. Top Lightning Battle Physique, Blood Thunder Possession. Top Lava Battle Physique, Lava Possession. As he roared, the surface of Ling Xiao's body was covered with blood-red lightning and scorching lava. At this moment, his combat strength rose again. Many people couldn't help but shout at this scene. The surprises that Ling Xiao had given them were too many. Time and time again, they were filled with emotions. However, Ling Xiao knew that it wasn't over yet. He had already used the Sky Dragon Martial Soul. Next, it was time to use the Divine Phoenix power. A loud and clear cry of a phoenix rang out. In the sky, there seemed to be a sky dragon and a divine phoenix flying and dancing, then merged into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao's strength was still increasing. Then let me try again. How strong is your Purple Thunder Halberd of Destruction? Shadow Martial Technique, Shadow Sword Demon. Transformative State. Just as Ling Xiao was fighting with General Purple Thunder, Ling Xiao's move was upgraded again. It finally reached the transformative state. Its power increased several times. The two swords cried together, and the entire space trembled. What? General Purple Thunder's face became very ugly, and there was even a trace of fear in his eyes. He continued to brandish the halberd in his hand, intending to send Ling Xiao flying like the previous time. At the very least, he had to force him back. However, crack! Then, something unexpected happened. With a crisp sound, the halberd in General Purple Thunder's hand cracked. This scene made the onlookers' hearts jump to their throats. General Purple Thunder's eyes trembled violently. Break for me! Ling Xiao roared, and the halberd was shattered like glass by the two swords. That was a divine-grade spirit artifact on the same level as the 8 immortal swords, yet it was shattered so easily. General Purple Thunder was shocked. However, Ling Xiao's attack had already arrived. It was unstoppable, as if it was the blade of a demon god. It was unstoppable. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. General Purple Thunder's weapon was broken. The divine-grade spiritual weapon, which had accompanied General Purple Thunder for dozens of years, was shattered directly. Was this a dream? What a terrifying young man! What a powerful swordsman! No wonder people say that swordsmen have the strongest attacks in the world. I didn't believe it before. But now I believe it. Ling Xiao is too powerful. Yeah, we almost forgot that his cultivation is only at the peak of the 10th level of hell. He is far from General Purple Thunder. Can we be blamed? It seems that they are evenly matched. Is General Purple Thunder unworthy of his name? Or is Ling Xiao too powerful? Too talented? Too powerful? No one knew the answer to this question. General Purple Thunder couldn't answer them. Because at this moment, he didn't look good. He had been arrogant and didn't treat Ling Xiao as an opponent, but now he had to face the fact that his weapon was destroyed. Ling Xiao's attack was real. What a fast sword! What a sharp sword essence! I can't dodge it! General Purple Thunder was an expert. He knew how powerful his opponent's sword was. Previously, he had despised Gu Tianba's incompetence for being killed by Ling Xiao. But at this moment, he didn't think so. Even he couldn't dodge such a sword, let alone Gu Tianba. But would it end like this? Of course not. The gap in strength couldn't be made up by some auxiliary skills. General Purple Thunder's face was gloomy. He moved his palms up and down. Without his weapon, he still had the Purple Thunder martial soul. Purple Thunder roared crazily. 10 destructive Purple Thunder halberds rushed toward Ling Xiao, trying to completely block Ling Xiao's sword. Boom! The collision of the sword and the halberds caused a terrifying energy war between heaven and earth. The purple and red lights reflected each other so brightly that many people were temporarily blinded. They couldn't see what was happening. The surrounding aura was full of destruction and killing intent, but no one knew where it came from. Finally, the collision ended. The two figures retreated from the center of the shining light. Everyone stared fixedly at them. They all wanted to know what had happened with this attack. Puff! General Purple Thunder spat out a mouthful of blood. The armor on his body was broken inch by inch. Terrifying bloody wounds covered his body. Drops of blood kept dripping. This scene was simply a ghastly sight. However, strangely enough, Ling Xiao was not injured at all. He just looked a little weak. Could it be that Ling Xiao won? Impossible. How could he be unharmed under General Purple Thunder's attack? Many people didn't notice that the Jade Rabbit Beast soul behind Ling Xiao had disappeared. At the critical moment, the Jade Rabbit Beast soul released the Jade formula to protect Ling Xiao. But it exhausted its energy and damaged its soul core. It had to return to Ling Xiao's body to recuperate. General Purple Thunder, you are indeed the General Purple Thunder. If it were someone else with the same cultivation, they would have died under my sword. Ling Xiao felt a little regretful in his heart. That attack just now seemed to have gathered all of his strength. And everything was so smooth. At the moment when he stabbed General Purple Thunder, in order to make the effect stronger, he even infused the power of the White Tiger. The only thing that didn't work was the Butterfly Lady's soul and the power of the universe of domination. Ah! After a long silence, General Purple Thunder burst out with a shocking roar. The wounds on his body were healing quickly. He stared at Ling Xiao and said with the coldest voice in the world, "How dare you hurt me? How dare you hurt me? It seems like I have underestimated you. You are qualified for me to use my full strength." His words made the crowd sigh. I'm afraid Ling Xiao is done for. Such a powerful attack, but it didn't cause any serious damage to General Purple Thunder. No wonder he is the strongest in the Heavenly Thunder Army. If he uses his full strength, how terrifying will he be? Chapter 2687. Qualifications, qualifications. You always talk about qualifications. As if you have a big advantage. Die. Don't you think your words are ridiculous? Looking at General Purple Thunder, Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with strong disgust. This person was really ridiculous and annoying. His cultivation was much higher than Ling Xiao's, but he didn't have any advantage in the whole process. He even said that he was giving in to Ling Xiao. Just this mouth alone was enough to give Ling Xiao a reason to completely defeat him. Ridiculous? No, you'll soon understand what I mean. Purple Thunder Martial Soul, Fusion. General Purple Thunder didn't expect Ling Xiao to force him to this extent, forcing him to use his last resort. The violent Purple Thunder Martial Spirit instantly rushed into his body. Then, his entire skin turned purple. Terrifying lightning danced on his skin. At this moment, he was like a real thunder god. If that was all, it would only be a change in appearance. But that wasn't the case. As the martial souls fused, General Purple Thunder's aura started to rise rapidly. It even gave people an illusion that the one standing there was no longer General Purple Thunder, but the powerful Thunder God and Supreme Lightning. Boom! A terrifying roar exploded from General Purple Thunder's body, and then it broke through the clouds, completely shattering the dense fog in the sky. At this moment, his aura rose to the peak of Yin-Yang Realm Level 11. Although this wasn't his real cultivation, it was only because he had fused with the Purple Thunder Martial Soul that his strength seemed to have reached that level. But it was still terrifying. This aura was too powerful and terrifying. It could even destroy a martial artist's confidence in an instant. General Purple Thunder, this should be your true strength. To think that I thought Ling Xiao would have a chance. Now it seems that General Purple Thunder is just playing, and Ling Xiao has no hope at all. In the crowd, the demon dragon envoy of the dragon cult sighed and felt that he was ridiculous. Indeed, Ling Xiao will definitely die. This was what everyone thought. Even Xiao Jin was deeply worried about Ling Xiao. However, with General Lon Lei holding him back, he couldn't go over to help. General Purple Thunder, who was at the late stage of the 11th level of Hell in Yin-Yang Realm, was already terrifying enough. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye could see that although Ling Xiao had resisted, General Purple Thunder still had the upper hand overall. Now General Purple Thunder's strength had risen to the terrifying peak of the 11th level of Hell. Ling Xiao might not be able to block any of his attacks. Sure enough, miracles were created by gods. It was impossible for ordinary people to create them. Ling Xiao's brows were tightly knitted together. Indeed, after the other party had fused with his martial soul, his battle prowess had increased explosively, and he was almost unable to contend against him. Unless he used the Butterfly Lady's soul and the Overlord Universe's power. But was it really time for him to use his trump card? Was there any other way to deal with him? In his heart, he was really unwilling to do so. In the crowd, the remaining martial artists of the three great clans all revealed gloating expressions when they saw this scene. Finally! Ling Xiao is finally going to die! What a terrifying demon! However, as General Purple Thunder's colleague, General Lon Lei was extremely emotional. This kid can actually force the powerful General Purple Thunder to such an extent. This is something that even I can't do. Even if he dies, he should be proud of it. At this moment, no one felt that Ling Xiao had even the slightest chance of winning. The moment General Purple Thunder's battle prowess soared, people seemed to have seen Ling Xiao's death. General Purple Thunder also looked coldly at Ling Xiao. He was no longer in a sorry state and fearful state. Once again, he regained his prideful expression. He looked down at Ling Xiao in a condescending manner and said indifferently, "You're the first person in the entire Qin country who can make me fuse with the Purple Thunder martial soul. So, you don't have to feel that you died unjustly. On the contrary, you can be proud of it." Ling Xiao didn't speak. He only looked indifferently at General Purple Thunder. His Tai Chi eye was operating crazily. General Purple Thunder's arrogance once again gave him a chance. He put away one of the 8 immortal swords, leaving only one of them. Then, he seemed to have completely merged with the surrounding space. At that moment he moved. Suddenly he moved. His speed was so slow that it made people anxious. The long sword in his hand was aimed at General Purple Thunder's chest. But how could he hit with such speed? It seemed that this sword was simple and unadorned. There was nothing special about it. If there was something special about it, it would be that it was too slow. It was even slower than an ordinary warrior's attack. It could even be said that it was so ordinary that it was even inferior to Ling Xiao's previous attacks. General Purple Thunder sneered. "Are you planning to give up on yourself? I can understand you. Facing an enemy that you can't defeat, I'm afraid that's the only thing you can do." As he sneered, he gently raised his right hand. His right hand flashed with a purple-blue light and was about to grab the sword. In his opinion, such a slow sword, such an ordinary sword, such a laughable sword, what was there to be afraid of? "It's time to end this." General Purple Thunder's smile bloomed again. However, this smile suddenly froze in the next moment. That sword move, which was so ordinary that it made people unable to raise any interest in it, changed in an instant. The sword that was originally so slow that it made people anxious suddenly sped up the moment General Purple Thunder's hand was about to touch Ling Xiao's sword. Moreover, the speed was increased to the extreme in an instant. Previously, it was so slow that it made people anxious. This moment, it was so fast that it made people surprised. The sword slashed General Purple Thunder's arm and pierced his chest. A gust of gloomy, killing intent seeped out from the tip of the sword and filled General Purple Thunder's entire body. "Oh no!" General Purple Thunder felt that something was wrong. Thunder and lightning raged all over his body, and a terrifying aura burst out. His hands fiercely slapped toward Ling Xiao. "Too late! Fast and slow sword essence, shadow sword demon!" The fast and slow sword essence was the sword essence that Ling Xiao had comprehended in the past. He had comprehended it at the White Tiger Storm meet on the White Tiger continent. After coming to the Black Tortoise continent, he had never used it. Today, he used it because this move was more obscure. It was just a sword essence. Ordinary people would not associate him with Ling Xiao on the White Tiger continent. Moreover, this fast and slow sword essence was often unexpected. It allowed him to injure General Purple Thunder in an extremely unfavorable situation. Ling Xiao's face was calm and emotionless. As he spoke, his body completely merged with the sword light. He actually avoided General Purple Thunder's block in an instant. He continued to stab forward. Chi! A soft sound, but it made the hearts of countless people tremble. Because Ling Xiao's sword stabbed General Purple Thunder. It even pierced through the Purple Thunder protection and into General Purple Thunder's skin. Chapter 2688. Boom! Everyone's head seemed to have been hit by something. They were in a daze and couldn't believe what they had seen. How was that possible? Ling Xiao actually managed to injure General Purple Thunder again? And it looked so easy? Why? It should be noted that when General Purple Thunder's strength rose to the peak of the 11th level, everyone present thought that Ling Xiao would be easily killed by General Purple Thunder. Even Xiao Jin had the same thought. He even wanted to help Ling Xiao even if he got hurt. However, Ling Xiao didn't get excited at all. He still looked so calm. Then, he used this sharp sword strike, using this direct observation to tell everyone, and also shocked everyone. It pierced General Purple Thunder's body. General Blue Thunder was also stunned. Ling Xiao's sword pierced General Purple Thunder's body. What was going on? Commander! He shouted loudly. He was going to help General Purple Thunder. But this time, he was stopped by Xiao Jin. He had been confident in General Purple Thunder, and thought that Ling Xiao couldn't hurt General Purple Thunder at all. He even thought that Ling Xiao would die when General Purple Thunder's strength soared. But the reality slapped him hard in the face. He stopped Xiao Jin before. Now, it was Xiao Jin's turn to stop him. As for the remaining members of the three great clans, the smiles on their faces became extremely awkward. It was as if glue had solidified, making them look extremely ugly. No one understood. Why was it like this? How could it be like this? Ah! General Purple Thunder looked at the long sword in his chest. His hair, which had been tied up, was instantly untied. He roared angrily. At that moment, his body seemed to have become a thunderous rage. The horrible aura of destruction was expanding rapidly. Die! Go to hell! Go to hell! Go to hell! General Purple Thunder roared crazily. The energy released from his body rushed toward Ling Xiao crazily. It was too close for Ling Xiao to dodge. But he still had layers of defense. Spiritual Thunder Shield! Great perfection! A defensive shield made of interwoven lightning appeared in front of him. However, even so, the terrifying power still shattered the lightning spirit shield and ruthlessly slammed into Ling Xiao's body. Fortunately, after being weakened, its power was no longer that great. However, Ling Xiao could still hear the sound of his bones breaking. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was sent flying. General Purple Thunder had already gone mad. He could not let Ling Xiao have any chance to make a comeback. After releasing the terrifying energy, General Purple Thunder took a step forward and caught up with Ling Xiao. Then, he punched out with both fists. It smashed heavily onto Ling Xiao's body. He smashed Ling Xiao, causing blood to spurt out from his mouth again. Kill! 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 General Purple Thunder was obviously irritated. Ling Xiao had actually pierced his body with a sword when his strength had skyrocketed. This was simply a great humiliation. If he hadn't avoided the attack at the critical moment, he would have been dead by now. This humiliation that he had never experienced before drove him completely crazy. He seemed to have turned into the god of slaughter on the battlefield, determined to destroy Ling Xiao completely. He wanted to destroy everything in front of him. Boss! All of a sudden, Little Gold dashed over. Little Gold dashed over, even though General Blue Thunder had hit him. He would rather die than let his boss, Ling Xiao, die. The golden light from the Hades underworld dashed toward General Purple Thunder. The golden light gave General Purple Thunder a sense of danger. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible, but he didn't want to be injured. Seeing that Ling Xiao was no longer able to fight back, General Purple Thunder thought to himself, "You're going to die anyway. There's nothing you can do now. So I'll kill your battle pet first, and then I'll kill you." He dashed toward Little Gold in fury. The man and the beast began to fight in the sky. Little Gold had been injured by General Blue Thunder, but it was a body formed by devouring the demon fetus, after all. It was still strong. Little Gold was at a disadvantage in the battle against General Purple Thunder, but it wouldn't lose any time soon. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at the battle in the sky. He didn't say anything. Little Gold had bought him some time at the risk of being injured. He had to make good use of it. General Purple Thunder's series of attacks had indeed given him a hard time. But it hadn't hurt him at all. Instead, it had opened up a channel for him to make a breakthrough. This would allow him to smoothly advance his cultivation. Once he made a breakthrough, he would be able to replace Little Gold and finish the battle. Behind him, the life martial spirit kept releasing healing light of life. On the other hand, the blood spirit pill could speed up the recovery of his body's exhaustion and damage. With the two-pronged approach, his cultivation increased very quickly. While his body was healing, his cultivation level was increasing. General Purple Thunder seemed to have noticed Ling Xiao's abnormality. He shouted at General Blue Thunder, "Kill him! Kill that guy! He's making a breakthrough!" He didn't know when it started, but General Purple Thunder had developed a deep fear of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's cultivation level in the 10th level of Hell had already made him suffer. Once he made a breakthrough to the 11th level of Hell, how powerful would he be? He wouldn't allow that to happen. But at this moment, he couldn't defeat Little Gold quickly, so he shouted at General Blue Thunder. General Blue Thunder wasn't the only one who heard his shout. The remaining 20,000 people of the three big families also heard it. They stood up like bloodthirsty demons. Their eyes were full of hatred. Then they rushed toward Ling Xiao. This was their chance. Their only chance. Only by taking advantage of this opportunity could they take revenge and kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, if they missed this chance, they wouldn't have another chance. "Boss!" Little Gold panicked again. A terrifying aura was released from his body. "He's burning his life force! That battle pet is so close to Ling Xiao! Little Gold is burning his life force to help Ling Xiao!" Anyone with a discerning eye could see that. Little Gold was going to risk his life. He had to protect Ling Xiao even if he had to burn his life force. "Little Gold, stop it!" Ling Xiao had made up his mind. He was going to use his last resort. He was going to release the Butterfly Lady's soul and the dominating martial spirit. He wouldn't let Little Gold die even if he had to become the enemy of the entire world. Burning life force was a special skill that all beasts could use, but it could only be used once in their lives. Also, the life force that was burned could never be recovered. To Xiao Jin, this was definitely a terrifying choice with no way out. Since that was the case, Ling Xiao had nothing to hide. He was going to fight. He was going to do it. He was going to do it because Little Gold was willing to risk his life for him. Chapter 2689. Little Gold was still burning its life force. At the same time, its strength was surging. Even General Purple Thunder could feel the immense threat. However, Xiao Jin gave up on him and spat out a terrifying golden light toward the ground. Those who attacked Ling Xiao were killed one by one. More than 20,000 people were instantly reduced to 10,000. However, what Little Gold did gave General Purple Thunder a chance. Even if it was burning its life force, Little Gold's combat strength was only on par with General Purple Thunder's. General Purple Thunder attacked Little Gold from behind and punched it to the ground. It was obvious that Little Gold was in great pain. Still, it flapped its wings and stood up, letting out a loud cry that echoed throughout the entire Thunder City. What a loyal and powerful battle pet! But it's a pity that it can't be saved if it burns its life force for more than 10 minutes. It can be saved within 10 minutes. But who can save it at this moment? The demon dragon heaved a sigh in the crowd. He thought highly of Ling Xiao and Little Gold. Even though Ling Xiao had killed Watano Yuan and the people of the dragon cult, he still believed that Ling Xiao was a worthy opponent. Unfortunately, the man and the beast were both going to die here today. I said stop. All of a sudden, a huge gate of hell opened above Ling Xiao's head. The energy of the 11th floor of hell was fully released. At that moment, Ling Xiao smashed General Blue Thunder away and then charged toward General Purple Thunder. Boom! The two of them fought in the air again. This time, both of them stepped back at the same time. However, Ling Xiao still had a chance to put Little Gold back into the beast ring while he was stepping back. 7 minutes? Good! Looking at the time, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Little Gold turned back into a palm-sized bird after it went back into the beast ring. Right now, he appeared extremely weak, like a dying little sparrow. Boss, I'm so useless. I couldn't defeat General Purple Thunder. Little Gold forced a smile. Nonsense! Ling Xiao said very sternly. I'm telling you, if you do something like this again in the future, we don't have to be brothers anymore. Although his words were harsh, Ling Xiao was incomparably touched. He had a lot of friends, but not many of them could go through life and death with him. Xiao Jin, also known as Ling Yan, was obviously one of them. In one's life, reaching the peak of martial arts was considered an achievement. And having a few more friends like Xiao Jin was also an incomparably luxurious achievement. If you can sacrifice yourself to protect your brother, then you should protect him for the rest of your life. Don't worry, brother. You sacrificed your life for me, so how can I not avenge you? Originally, I only wanted to escape, but today, General Zilei must die. Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly turned blood red. Within his body, a terrifying and cruel aura was released. This kind of cruelty was only seen when he slaughtered millions of enemy soldiers to avenge his two friends. Something seemed to be awakening in his body. In the Tyrant universe, above the sun god constellation, the third star began to gradually brighten. Ling Xiao knew that something would happen. This third star meant that the sun god divine ability would awaken a third type. What would it be? If it awakened at this time, it would definitely be extraordinary. The previous Earth-crossing golden light technique and bloodthirsty rat plague were extremely powerful and terrifying. Then this third type of divine ability would definitely not be weaker than these two. Ling Xiao was looking forward to it. Awakening, bloody rat devil! These words suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. At that moment, Ling Xiao discovered that his body was beginning to change. The original purple lightning bull beast soul transformation was forcibly terminated, and a new set of bloody armor covered his body. His entire body was emitting an aura of death and despair, as if he wanted to completely destroy the entire world. This power! So strong! I feel that it's even stronger than the butterfly lady's soul. The current butterfly lady's soul can at most raise my battle strength by a small realm. But this kind of power can directly allow me to reach the peak of a realm. Right now, my cultivation has just broken through the early stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. With this kind of strength, although I won't be as passive as before when fighting General Purple Thunder, I definitely won't be able to end the battle quickly. If this drags on for too long, there will definitely be changes. But if it's the peak of the 11th level of the hell, what will the result be? Ling Xiao's face revealed a bright smile. This battle could finally be completely over. His battle strength had soared to the peak of the 11th level of the hell, which was equivalent to being much stronger than General Purple Thunder. After all, his basic battle strength was even more terrifying. So with the same cultivation, he was naturally stronger than his opponent. However, the bloody rat devil's increase had a certain flaw. Right now, his strength had increased to the peak of the 11th level of the hell. After the battle ended, Ling Xiao, who had returned to his original form, would not only lose the increase in cultivation. He would also have to pay the price of a decrease in cultivation. This decrease in cultivation was directly proportional to the increase in cultivation. Ling Xiao had increased from the early stage of the 11th level of the hell to the peak of the 11th level of the hell by a total of 3 small realms. Then the decrease in cultivation was also 3 small realms. In other words, after this battle, his cultivation would fall to the middle stage of the 10th level of the hell in the first turn of the yin-yang realm. But so what? With the experience of a breakthrough and the powerful potential in his body, if Ling Xiao wanted to recover his cultivation, he would not need much time. This was also his advantage. So this bloody rat devil might be very dangerous to others. But to him, it was nothing. His good brother Xiao Jin was willing to give up his life for him. The price he paid was just a decrease in cultivation. What was there to be afraid of? Of course, this bloody rat devil was not a righteous person after all. If he could avoid it, he would try not to use it in the future. Unless he encountered a critical situation like today. Otherwise, it would not feel good to have a decrease in cultivation every time. Boss, how on earth did you do it? Xiao Jin looked at Ling Xiao, whose strength had skyrocketed, in surprise. I'll tell you later. Your task now is to have a good rest. Don't worry about anything else. I'll use the blood of these people to seek justice for you. Ling Xiao smiled, cut off the conversation with Xiao Jin, and then looked at General Purple Thunder. He looked at all the people who had just tried to sneak up on him. If it were not for these people, Xiao Jin would not have burned his life. Although he could recover in 10 minutes, it would take at least half a month to recover. During this time, Xiao Jin would be in a coma. Who knew what would happen during this period of unconsciousness? Ling Xiao could not forgive these people. At first, I decided to escape. But now, I plan to kill all of you. Chapter 2690. I want all of you to die. Ling Xiao's words sounded very calm. But these words made everyone's heart tremble. Especially when they saw Ling Xiao's scarlet eyes and that scarlet armor, which was as ferocious as a demon's. Everyone stared fixedly at Ling Xiao. That scarlet energy and terrifying killing intent filled the entire space. Everyone could feel the fear in the depths of their hearts. Ling Xiao's killing intent rose to the extreme. He no longer controlled himself, no longer wronged himself, especially when he saw Little Gold unconscious because of saving him. He was completely enraged. The remaining members of the 3 great clans looked at Ling Xiao in horror, not even daring to look directly at his eyes. Their legs trembled. They clearly wanted to retreat, but they found that their legs seemed to be filled with lead, unable to move at all. General Purple Thunder also looked at this youth with abnormal astonishment. He was clearly a guy he could have killed before, but now he had a terrifying aura comparable to his. No, perhaps he was even more terrifying than him. Could it be that he was also burning his life? Other than burning his life, he couldn't think of any other possibility. No matter what you do, don't think you can escape from this general's hands again. General Purple Thunder looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Although he was still condescending, he didn't have the arrogance from before. Because he knew very well that the current Ling Xiao was several times stronger than before. He definitely couldn't kill him easily. He had already missed the best opportunity. It was all that damned golden bird's fault. Escape? Don't worry, I won't escape. If I don't kill you, how can I escape? Ling Xiao looked coldly at General Purple Thunder. He was now only considering how to kill this guy in a more shocking manner. General Purple Thunder? Today I'll let you be struck to death by lightning. I'll let your corpse fill the air with a burnt smell. Ling Xiao's cold and sinister voice made everyone's heart tremble violently. A cold chill flowed down their backs, and a feeling of horror constantly gushed out from their bones. Shameless boasting! General Purple Thunder shouted loudly. You are as stupid as that golden bird. Although burning one's life force could temporarily increase one's combat strength, it wouldn't last for long. I'll kill you in 10 minutes. Really? Go ahead and try. Ling Xiao crooked his finger at General Purple Thunder and said, Come on, I will let you know the huge gap between you and me. General Purple Thunder didn't attack. This was because he wasn't clear about Ling Xiao's situation. He really didn't know what Ling Xiao's current strength was. At this moment, whoever made the first move would be the first to reveal a flaw. That was what he thought. Cowardly rat! If you're not going to make a move, then I'll go first. Ling Xiao sneered. His figure suddenly flashed. His speed was so fast that no one could keep up with him, including General Purple Thunder. He had mocked Ling Xiao's speed before, because Ling Xiao was indeed fast, but still couldn't keep up with him. But at this moment, he was stunned because Ling Xiao's speed had completely overshadowed his. Even his eyesight couldn't keep up. Oh no! General Purple Thunder felt something was wrong. He knew he couldn't continue to wait for death. Terrifying purple thunder burst out from his body. Then, his body was wrapped in a huge phantom of the Thunder God. This phantom of the Thunder God had 3 heads and 6 arms. Facing 3 directions, the 6 arms defended 6 directions at the same time. He couldn't give Ling Xiao any chance to attack him, because he had already tasted the pain of being pierced by Ling Xiao's sword. At that time, Ling Xiao's aura wasn't so strong. Now, Ling Xiao could only be more terrifying. Thunder God Dharma Laksana, 3 heads and 6 arms. Endless purple thunder halberd. With the formation of 3 heads and 6 arms, countless purple thunder halberds were released from the 6 arms and shot in all directions. In this way, even if his speed was not as fast as Ling Xiao's, he could make the perfect defense. At this moment, the surrounding space seemed to be completely covered by purple thunder and lightning, becoming General Purple Thunder's own world. His originally somewhat panicked mood instantly calmed down. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly lose? Do you think this move of yours is very strong? Ling Xiao's voice suddenly came from General Purple Thunder's ear. How ridiculous! This voice terrified General Purple Thunder to the extreme, because he didn't see where Ling Xiao was at all. Don't look for him. Now you and I are no longer on the same level as warriors. Since I can't kill you with 1 strike, I'll let you taste a few more strikes. I'd like to see how long you can hold on. As soon as this voice ended, General Purple Thunder suddenly felt a piercing pain from his right arm. Not only was it painful, but there was also an incomprehensible feeling of paralysis caused by thunder and lightning. He had the Purple Thunder martial soul. How could he be paralyzed by thunder and lightning? He wanted to figure out what was going on. He wanted to resist with his right hand, but he found that his right arm couldn't move. It's not over yet! Ling Xiao's figure suddenly appeared in the void. What everyone saw was a blood-red shadow. This shadow had a sword in his hand, which looked like a flying dragon carved from white jade. Ling Xiao used the white jade flying dragon sword because he had the strength to crush his opponent. The reason why he didn't kill his opponent immediately was to torture him. He wanted him to feel the greatest pain in the world before he died. Go to hell! General Purple Thunder saw this blood-red shadow. He operated his internal strength in his left fist and punched out crazily. What are you doing? Are you kidding me? Why are you so slow? Ling Xiao looked at General Purple Thunder sarcastically, and stabbed out the white jade flying dragon sword again. The sword was wrapped in blood-red thunder. Ah! Another blood-curdling scream came from General Purple Thunder's mouth. His entire left arm had been pierced by the lightning and was charred black. The air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh. Impossible! General Purple Thunder was really hurt by the thunder and lightning? What kind of thunder is that? Blood thunder! Thunder of death! Thunder of hell! Thunder of the underworld! It can't be wrong. It must be. I felt strange just now. How could Ling Xiao's top-level thunder and lightning body be blood-red? Now I understand. This is the most difficult type of thunder and lightning to deal with. General Purple Thunder's purple thunder can't compete with it at all. Is this why Ling Xiao's sudden attack could penetrate General Purple Thunder's body? There were naturally smart people in the crowd. The state of Qin never lacked experts. It was just that some people were very low-key. At this moment, There was one more person beside Ambassador Mo Long. It was a handsome young man in his 20s or 30s. Chapter 2691. Sect Leader! Don't call me Sect Leader. Just call me Young Master here, the young man said faintly. Yes, Young Master. You reported that a peerless genius was found here. Could it be that person? The young man asked. That's right. His name is Ling Xiao, Ling Yan's brother. Since Ling Yan can join our dragon cult, he can too. Almost everyone in our dragon cult has an irreconcilable feud with the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Ling Xiao is the same. He's a genius. If we can recruit him, he'll be a great help to the defeated Qin Kingdom in the future. The Demon Dragon Envoy reported. If he can kill General Purple Thunder, I'll personally take him to the dragon cult. The young man glanced at Ling Xiao faintly, then turned and disappeared. It was as if he wasn't interested in such a battle. However, the Demon Dragon Envoy knew that his sect leader cherished talents. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. On the battlefield, the battle seemed to be coming to an end. Ling Xiao, who was extremely fast, was like a blood-type demon holding a sword. In front of him, General Purple Thunder had no ability to resist. He could only let him continue to attack. His two arms were crippled. Ling Xiao's attack didn't stop. His anger was still gushing out. The third sword. Puchi. The white jade flying dragon sword in his hand directly pierced General Purple Thunder's left leg. Terrifying blood lightning raged in General Purple Thunder's left leg. After a while, General Purple Thunder's earth-shattering scream was heard. His left leg was also charred. You said that I couldn't hurt you with lightning. But now I'm doing it. Aren't you very emotional? Aren't you very scared? Actually, you didn't have to do this. If you let us go, you wouldn't be in such a miserable state now. You brought all of this upon yourself. Puchi. The fourth sword pierced through General Purple Thunder's right leg. A burnt smell spread in the air. General Purple Thunder's two arms and two legs were crippled. Now, he was like a human swine. Kill me! Give me a quick death! General Zilei shouted. Are you begging me? Ling Zhao's voice was eerie and cold. At this moment, he was more like a villain. General Purple Thunder, on the other hand, was more like a pitiful person who was being tortured. However, those who knew the cause and effect did not utter a word at this moment. They knew very well that Ling Zhao's cruelty was justified. Stop what you're doing, you traitor! Do you really want to bear the wrath of the Lightning Emperor? Suddenly, a voice came from afar. However, it wasn't a real person. It was just a clone. It was a shadow created by soul power and true energy. Chen Sangxiong? Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the shadow and said disdainfully, If you came here personally, I might consider it. But you're just a shadow, and you want to show off in front of me? Ridiculous! Ling Xiao, listen to me. Release General Zilei immediately and surrender obediently. Otherwise, I'll kill you even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth. Chen Sangxiong's voice was cold and filled with arrogance. What a boring, self-righteous fellow. Ling Xiao raised his hand, and a burst of energy broke through the air. The shadow was instantly shattered and shattered. Before you worry about him, you should worry about the royal family of the Qin nation first. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and stabbed General Zilei with his sword again. He knew very well in his heart. General Zilei's death in battle would definitely cause chaos in Thunder City. After all, General Zilei was the fourth most powerful person in the Qin nation. Now that he was dead, the dragon cult would definitely do something. In addition, the tens of thousands of people from the three great clans had been killed by Ling Xiao and Little Gold. Only a little more than 10,000 people were left. Thunder City's combat strength would also be greatly reduced. Thunder City's defensive array formation had also been broken by a Yuan Venerate. The dragon cult would be too stupid not to take advantage of this opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Ling Xiao didn't like the dragon cult either. However, the dragon cult was definitely his best helper right now. In the sky, in front of everyone, General Zilei's blood-curdling screams kept ringing out. Some of the martialists from the three great clans were so frightened that they lost control of their bowels and urine. It was unknown how terrified they were. By the time General Zilei screamed for the 10th time, his voice had already become very weak. His throat had finally been torn apart by Ling Xiao. His entire body had been charred black by the blood lightning. Ling Xiao was a man of his word. Not only had he used extremely cruel methods to kill General Zilei, but he had also charred him black with lightning. Everyone was scared witless when they saw this scene. The remaining members of the three great clans even let out hysterical screams of horror. General Zilei, the fourth most powerful person in the Qin nation, had actually died at the hands of Ling Xiao. This was no longer a miracle. It was a true miracle. He actually succeeded? He created a miracle. Countless people in the crowd were dumbfounded. Although General Purple Thunder had only been left with the fate of being tortured, it was only at this moment that they suddenly understood. A miracle had been born in the Qin nation. Ling Zhao's name would definitely become the most terrifying name in the entire Qin nation. Countless people would probably tremble in fear at the mention of him. It's not over yet. Ling Xiao had devoured General Zilei's Purple Thunder martial soul and stored all its potential in the cells of the Emperor Heaven-Earth Empress. After this battle, his cultivation would drop when he returned to his original body. This potential would definitely allow him to recover his cultivation faster. After doing all this, he looked down at the remaining members of the three great clans, his eyes filled with killing intent. As he spoke, he released a new round of the bloodthirsty plague. Due to the explosive increase in his strength, the power of the bloodthirsty plague had also become even more terrifying. This included General Zilei. More than 10,000 people were completely devoured by the plague in a short minute. The energy that the plague had transferred to Ling Xiao was also stored in the cells, waiting for Ling Xiao to rise again. The three great clans were completely destroyed. Because of Ling Xiao, the 7 generals of the Sky Thunder Legion were all killed. Because of Ling Xiao, the three great clans were completely annihilated. In this world, there would no longer be any Boy Clan, Gu Clan, or Pineapple Clan. They would pay a disastrous price for their wrong choice. After experiencing a massacre, Ling Zhao's eyes gradually returned to normal. The bloodthirsty rat was too terrifying. Not only did his fighting strength soar, but his killing intent also became even more terrifying. In the entire Qin nation, who could be mentioned in the same breath as Ling Xiao now? Whether it was the younger generation or the older generation, apart from the rumored ancestors of the Qin nation, could anyone suppress this youth, including the Lightning Emperor? As for those old ancestors of the Qin kingdom, it was not certain if they really existed. Could it be that Ling Xiao was able to wipe out the entire royal family by himself? Such guesses and discussions quickly spread throughout Thunder City. However, only Ling Xiao himself knew. It was time for him to leave. Chapter 2692. The bloody devil rat gave Ling Xiao a temporary boost in strength, but at the same time, it put a huge burden on him. He now had to rely on pills to maintain his internal energy. If he didn't leave now, he would really be out of luck. Moreover, he believed that the state of Qin couldn't possibly only have so few experts. Otherwise, how could they resist the dragon cult's attack? It was rumored that the state of Qin had 5 ancestors cultivating in seclusion. Therefore, he had to leave quickly. Fortunately, the dragon cult had already begun their attack. The flames of war that had been ignited everywhere in Thunder City were the most obvious. Moreover, until now, no reinforcements had come to deal with him. This meant that the royal family of the state of Qin was already too busy to fend for themselves. If you've really been destroyed by the dragon cult, then it'll save me a lot of trouble. If not, I'll definitely come back. Ling Xiao took a deep look at Thunder City. He was very satisfied with the result of this trip. This guy is too strong. He really makes my generation blush with shame. In the crowd, countless people had the same feeling. Ling Xiao had actually made a heaven-defying move in the face of adversity, and killed the famous General Purple Thunder in one fell swoop. This was something that no one had expected. Yes, when Ling Xiao returned to the Eight Immortals City and proclaimed himself king, almost everyone thought that he was just an arrogant clown who would be killed soon. However, what happened later shocked everyone. The 7 generals of the Sky Thunder Legion all died at his hands or his subordinates' hands. He had almost single-handedly destroyed 3 of the 8 great clans. I don't dare to say anything else, but I'm afraid that his name will forever be passed down in the history of the state of Qin. Among the younger generation, even the war prince Qin Sangxiong can't be compared to him. Can he escape the fate of death? The Thunder Emperor won't let him go. The war prince won't either. Naturally, there were people who respected Ling Xiao, but there were also people who felt that no matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, he couldn't be compared to the royal family. Whether it's the Thunder Emperor or the War Prince, they can't even take care of themselves right now. How can they have the leisure to deal with Ling Xiao? As long as he returned to the Eight Immortals City and never came out, no one would be able to do anything to him. Unless the royal family can find an expert who can break the 10 Extremes formation, they can only wait for Ling Xiao to come out again. Looking at the smoke rising from all directions in Thunder City, some people were rejoicing in other people's misfortune. The people who lived in the inner city of Thunder City and the royal city were all nobles. No one would be wrongly killed if they were killed. On the other hand, there were some ordinary people living in the outer city. However, the dragon cult had no interest in these commoners. Instead, they went straight for the inner city. The dragon cult's propaganda was to overthrow the tyranny of the Qin clan, so they naturally wouldn't do anything to the commoners. Otherwise, it would contradict their propaganda. Of course, Ling Xiao had already quietly fled into the distance. He planned to return to the Eight Immortals City first. After wiping out 2 patriarchs and many experts of the 3 major clans, he had obtained hundreds of storage rings. Although most of the tens of thousands of people besieging him were not wearing storage rings, these hundreds of rings were more than enough. Especially the storage rings of Bo Yiyuan, Fengli clan's patriarch, and Gu Tianba, which contained a large amount of spirit stones that he urgently needed. Spirit stones were an essential material to ensure the formation's operation. If the 10 Extremes formation wanted to be effective, it required a large amount of low-grade spirit stones. This time, Ling Xiao didn't come to Thunder City just to cause trouble. Of course, he also had the idea of snatching spirit stones. Now, he had achieved his goal. The low-grade spirit stones he obtained from these people were enough to maintain the 10 Extremes formation for a year. As long as he sent them back, he could be at ease and continue to travel outside. He wasn't afraid of being hunted down by the royal family. With his current strength, there weren't many people in the royal family who could pose a threat to him. After leaving the chaotic Thunder City, Ling Xiao directly returned to the Eight Immortals City. After handing the spirit stones to the people in charge of the 10 Extremes formation, he began to treat Xiao Jin's injuries. Originally, it would take at least half a month for Xiao Jin to wake up. However, with a powerful alchemist like him, this time could be shortened to 3 days. During these 3 days, Ling Xiao didn't just treat Xiao Jin's injuries. He also used the time to raise his cultivation level back to the peak of the 10th level of Hell. Previously, because of the bloody demonic rat, his cultivation level had regressed to the middle stage of the 10th level of Hell. Now that it had risen to the peak of the 10th level of Hell, it seemed that he still needed an opportunity to recover to the 11th level of Hell. However, he wasn't in a hurry. The potential in his cells was huge. As long as there was a suitable battle, he believed that he would be able to recover his cultivation level. Therefore, he planned to leave the Eight Immortals City again. Naturally, Xiao Jin would also follow him. Good brothers would go through life and death together. In addition, Xiao Jin's special way of raising his strength was very helpful to him. At this time, what Ling Xiao did in Thunder City had already spread throughout the Eight Immortals City. The martial artists of the Eight Immortals City who were originally worried about whether their king Ling Xiao was reliable were now full of pride and confidence. Their Eight Immortal king, Ling Xiao, actually dared to barge into the Thunder capital by himself and turn the place upside down. He had even killed General Purple Thunder, who was so famous that countless people trembled in fear upon hearing his name. It was simply a miracle. From this moment on, the martial artists here truly gave their hearts to Ling Xiao, the Eight Immortals' king. The martial artists of the Heavenly Empire began to slowly infiltrate and gradually control the entire Eight Immortals city. All kinds of formations were set up in all the towns. A new country had truly risen in a small border city of the Black Tortoise continent. Although it was still unknown and not favored by anyone, it wouldn't take long. The name of the Eight Immortals' kingdom would resound throughout the western region. After the western region, it would be the entire Black Tortoise continent. At that time, the fake name of the Eight Immortals' kingdom could be removed. The Heavenly Empire would truly stand on this continent. The soldiers and civilians of the Eight Immortals' kingdom were very excited. They all wanted to see the heroic Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao planned to leave at this time. The materials had been delivered and Xiao Jin had recovered. Next, he had to find a way to recover his cultivation. If he didn't go out, he definitely couldn't stay in the Eight Immortals city forever. However, just as he was about to leave, a mysterious person came to the Eight Immortals kingdom. He was the seventh prince, War Eagle God Chen Kangmang. Chen Kangmang's arrival made the entire Eight Immortals city nervous. After all, the War Eagle God's reputation was not just for show. However, Chen Kangmang did not come to capture Ling Xiao, nor to attack the Eight Immortals kingdom. He was here to deliver a message to Ling Xiao. Seventh Prince, are we still friends? Ling Xiao was actually somewhat emotional. Although Chen Kangmang was definitely a person who could be friends with him. However, he had killed Chen Kangmang's brother, Jihun of Silla, and the eighth prince. Chapter 2693. The royal family has no kinship. Chen Kangmang sighed. I'm afraid you don't know what Chen Kanglan and Chen Sangxiong did to get rid of me. My mother died a while ago. She was killed by Chen Kanglan's mother, the current queen. Do you think I'll come to you for revenge for her death? Hearing this, Ling Xiao suddenly felt some sympathy for this person. His own mother was killed by his brother's mother. That kind of depression of wanting to take revenge but not being able to do so could be imagined. It was him who unintentionally avenged Chen Kangmang. Well, since you treat me as a friend, I'll also treat you as a friend. Tell me, what are you doing in the Eight Immortal City? Ling Xiao suddenly felt a lot better. He was very happy that he didn't have to lose such a straightforward friend. I'm here to bring you a message. Don't leave the Eight Immortal City because the Chaos and Thunder City is over. It's rumored that the Five Thunder's old ancestors have all come out of seclusion and repelled the dragon cult's demon envies. Now, my 14th brother Chen Sangxiong and the Lightning Senior are watching every move in the Eight Immortal City. As long as you dare to leave, they will definitely intercept and kill you, Chen Kangmang said. Ling Xiao frowned. I didn't expect the Chaos in Thunder City to end so quickly. It's only been 3 days. Isn't the dragon cult too weak? It's not that the dragon cult is too weak, but the royal family's Five Thunder's old ancestors are too strong. The strength of those 5 old guys is unfathomable. After coming out of seclusion, they helped my 14th brother break through again. Even the Lightning Senior's cultivation, which had been stuck for a long time, also broke through. You may think that after killing General Purple Thunder, you won't be afraid even if you meet them. But what I want to tell you is that their current cultivations are much stronger than before, Chen Kangmang said worriedly. And my situation isn't good. I'm entangled with the volcano country, and the royal family is unwilling to give us food. Now, our War Eagle army can only be in a stalemate with the volcano country's army. I'm afraid we can't help you. Have you never thought of rebelling? Ling Xiao suddenly said. Are you sincere? Chen Kangmang smiled bitterly. That's right. With a father like that and a brother like that, what are you waiting for? Were they going to wait for the War Eagle army to be killed by their own people? If you really can't do it, then retreat to the Eight Immortals County. I can let you be the 8 Immortal Kings, and you will be more worthy of your title. Ling Xiao naturally didn't care about the throne of the 8 Immortal Kings. Sooner or later, the Eight Immortals' country will pledge allegiance to the Celestial Empire. He was the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. Naturally, he would not yearn for the throne. If Chen Kangmang was willing to take over his position, that would be perfect. Chen Kangmang had the ability to do so, and he also had great strength. All right, I'll consider your suggestion. Don't take my reminder lightly. That's all. I'll leave first. The situation at the front line is tense. I can't stay any longer. After Chen Kangmang finished speaking, he got up to leave. Wait a minute. Ling Xiao took out a sword. It was the Black Thunder Devil sword that Ji-Hyun of Silla had once used. This sword was a divine-grade spirit weapon. It was much better than the weapon in the hands of Chen Kangmang. This is for you. I hope it can help you survive. I've already erased Ji-Hyun of Silla's consciousness. As long as you let the weapon recognize you as its master, it will be yours. Isn't this gift too valuable? Chen Kanglin didn't expect that he would receive such a valuable gift just by coming to deliver a message. It may be valuable to you, but it's just a burden to me. Take it. It's more useful in your hands. Ling Xiao already had the male and female 8 immortal swords. Naturally, he wouldn't care about such a sword. All right, I won't refuse. If you need my help in the future, just ask. With that, Chen Kangmang hurriedly left. The front line was tense. He had come personally to deliver a message to Ling Xiao, which showed that he attached great importance to it. He was probably worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't take it seriously if he sent his subordinates. Looking at Chen Kangmang's departing figure, Xiao Jin asked, "Boss, are we really not leaving?" "No, of course we're leaving." Ling Xiao revealed a determined expression. "If we keep holding up here, we won't be able to improve our strength. We'll never be able to defeat the enemy. Once all the spirit stones here are used up, we'll still die. So, wealth comes from danger. I don't believe that the warlord Chen Sangxiong can take care of everything." Facing Chen Sangxiong, he wouldn't be able to resist like he was in the Imperial Mystery Realm. However, it wouldn't be easy to defeat him. But now, he had the special ability of the Bloody Rat Demon, and Xiao Jin had recovered. With the two brothers working together, even if they couldn't win, escaping was no problem. The problem now was that he didn't know how strong Chen Sangxiong was. And that lightning seigneur was already very strong. What would happen if he broke through? So, he had to avoid these two as much as possible. He was going out to train and improve his cultivation, not to die. Of course, if he really encountered them, he wouldn't be afraid. At worst, he'd go all out. One had to know that in the process of dealing with General Purple Thunder, he didn't reveal his final trump card. This was definitely a huge advantage for him. "Boss, where are we going next? Although the state of Qin is big, there are probably people everywhere who want to capture us, right?" Xiao Jin asked. "Simple. Who has a grudge against the royal family of the state of Chen?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "One is the Volcano Kingdom, the other is the Dragon Cult." At this point, Xiao Jin suddenly said, "I understand. Boss, you're planning to go to the Dragon Cult?" I'm familiar with this Dragon Cult. Everyone there has a grudge against the royal family of the state of Qin. Going there will indeed be safer. Not only that, the Dragon Cult can contend against the royal family, so they must have some means to do so. The martial arts I have now can't keep up with the speed of my cultivation. So, I have to go to the Dragon Cult. If I can get 1 or 2 sets, that'll be good," Ling Xiao said with a smile. At present, there was only one move left to comprehend in the shadow martial arts. For Ling Xiao, who liked to make arrangements for his cultivation, this was definitely not enough. He had always been a person with great foresight. The martial arts of the Dragon Cult were definitely much stronger than those of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Joining the Dragon Cult and obtaining stronger martial arts was his idea. If the Dragon Cult treated him sincerely, he could help the Dragon Cult fulfill their wish. If they schemed against him like those fellows of the 8 Immortals Mountain, then he definitely wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Ling Zhao's current goal was very clear. He didn't want to run away blindly. He had his own things to do. He also had his own plans. Although these plans might be adjusted midway due to changes in the situation, in the end, he would be able to achieve his goal. Ever since he had the Taiji Eye, it could be said that his plans were flawless. Although he had always been worried that Chen Sangxiong or the Thunder Lord would appear on their way to the dragon cult. Chapter 2694. The dragon cult was located in a land of bitter cold. It was the place where the Qin nation exiled its criminals. It was this group of criminals who founded the dragon cult and ruled this place. Furthermore, he had turned this desolate and uninhabited place into his own territory. The territory they occupied was actually more than 1/3 of the Qin nation's territory. It was much larger than the Eight Immortals nation. Others said that this was a land of bitter cold. However, when Ling Xiao arrived, he discovered that this was a place with few people and beautiful scenery. If it weren't for the fierce demonic beasts that suddenly appeared in the forest, it could really be called a paradise. The dragon cult's territory is in front. Even the Qin nation's royal family won't dare to come here openly. Otherwise, they will be surrounded and die without a burial ground. Ling Xiao looked at the sentry tower in front of him and a huge boundary steel. He couldn't help but feel relieved. The war prince Chen Sangxiong and the lightning seigneur couldn't find him. As he spoke, he stepped into the demonic dragon's domain with Xiao Jin. Young hero Ling, this envoy has been waiting here for a long time. As soon as he entered the demonic dragon's domain, a group of people rushed over. One of them was one of the dragon cult's demonic dragon envoys. The dragon cult had many demonic dragon envoys. Their strength was generally at the early to late stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 11th layer of hell. The demonic dragon envoy in front of him wasn't the one hiding in Thunder City. That person should still be in the War Prince's residence. The one in front of him should be at the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 11th layer of hell. He could be said to be very powerful. He was a demonic dragon envoy of the highest level. The dragon cult sent him to welcome Ling Xiao. It was really giving Ling Xiao enough face. You know me? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Ling Xiao didn't sense any killing intent from the other party. He knew that the other party wasn't an enemy. Although he had a grudge with the dragon cult, it wasn't an irreconcilable grudge. Young hero Ling must be joking. Who doesn't know your name after the battle outside Thunder City? The demon dragon envoy smiled and said, The hierarch values you very much, so he sent us here to wait for you. Please come with me. Alright, with you guys leading the way, it'll save us a lot of trouble. Ling Xiao smiled. He was going to the dragon cult anyway, but other than Ling Yan, he didn't know any other dragon cult martial artists. With this person leading the way, he could rest assured. I'm sorry, but none of you are leaving today. A voice suddenly came from afar. In an instant, the owner of the voice appeared and blocked everyone's path. This person was quite young. His hands were clasped behind his back as he stood proudly in midair. His white robe fluttered in the wind. He had the air of an immortal. As for that proud face, Ling Xiao recognized it at a glance. Warlord Chen Sangxiong. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. They were already in the demon dragon domain, but Chen Sangxiong still dared to chase after them. It seemed that he was really bold. A cold killing intent came from Chen Sangxiong's body, as if the person standing in front of everyone wasn't a person. Instead, it was a demonic sword. Boss, what should we do? Xiao Jin also became nervous. The opponent was too strong, so he couldn't help but be nervous. Yeah, what should we do? This Chen Sangxiong is much more terrifying than I imagined. It seems that his strength has increased greatly after entering the Extreme Emperor's secret realm. Ling Xiao frowned. Chen Sangxiong was no longer the same as before. It was really a headache. However, his expression didn't change. His expression didn't change in the face of a landslide. This was Ling Xiao's character. Chen Sangxiong, how dare you? This is the demon dragon domain, and you dare to behave atrociously here. Do you not put my dragon cult in your eyes? The demon dragon envoy stood in front of Ling Xiao and looked coldly at Chen Sangxiong. He didn't have any feelings for Ling Xiao. However, it was his responsibility to bring Ling Xiao safely to the Demon Dragon City. Moreover, the enemy had broken into the Demon Dragon domain. As the Demon Dragon envoy, he had to take action. In his opinion, Chen Zhengxiong was indeed strong, but he wasn't weak either. As long as he could delay for a while, when the reinforcements arrived, even the famous eagle-killing god would die. Demon Dragon envoy, be careful. This Chen Zhengxiong is too strong, Ling Xiao kindly reminded. Young hero Ling, you're too arrogant. He's strong, but that's only because your cultivation is too weak. With me here, young hero Ling can rest assured. The Demon Dragon envoy didn't have Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye, so he didn't know how terrifying Chen Zhengxiong was. In fact, in Ling Xiao's eyes, Chen Zhengxiong was like a huge black hole. The Tai Chi eye couldn't discern his true strength. In short, he was so strong that it made people's hair stand on end. It's better to be careful. Ling Xiao knew that the Demon Dragon envoy didn't believe his words, but he still reminded him. Listen to him. It's good for you. Get lost. I'm not here to cause trouble for the dragon cult. I only want him. Chen Zhengxiong finally spoke and looked at the Demon Dragon envoy with disdain. Damn it! How dare you look down on me? Attack! The Demon Dragon envoy was furious. He immediately led 100 men to attack. These 100 men weren't mediocre. They were all martial artists in the Yin-Yang realm, level 10 of hell. However, when they rushed over, Chen Zhengxiong didn't even look them in the eye. He just waved his hand coldly. Suddenly, a sword light flew out from his hand. The 100 men were all killed. It happened in an instant. As for the most powerful Demon Dragon envoy, his face was filled with fear. He could only wait for his death in despair. At this moment, he finally understood that Ling Xiao's warning was right. Chen Zhengxiong wasn't someone he could fight against. Terrifying. Too terrifying. He even felt that his muscles were trembling in fear. He was so scared that he couldn't move at all. He could only watch helplessly as the sword light flew towards him. Earth-crossing golden light technique! Ling Xiao, who was standing still, suddenly made a move. He couldn't save the others, but he had to save the Demon Dragon envoy. This was an important factor for him to enter the dragon cult. It should be easier to have a high-level Demon Dragon envoy as a friend. Even Chen Zhengxiong was surprised by the earth-crossing golden light technique. At that moment, he even lost track of Ling Xiao. When he saw him again, Ling Xiao had returned to his original position. The Demon Dragon envoy was beside Ling Xiao. He was panting heavily with an ugly expression. Thank you? Thank you for saving my life, young hero Ling! The Demon Dragon envoy didn't understand how Ling Xiao, who didn't seem to have a strong cultivation, saved him. However, the terrifying body technique just now was really powerful. You're welcome. Unfortunately, my ability is limited. I can't save everyone. What he wants is me. Stand aside for now. Ling Xiao took a step forward. He could have used the earth-crossing golden light technique to escape. However, he was still quite far from Demon Dragon City. He would have used up all his internal energy halfway. He wasn't sure that he could completely escape from Chen Zhengxiong. Chapter 2695. Ling Xiao liked to be in control of everything and not rely on luck. Since he had already met Chen Zhengxiong, there was nothing more to say. He could only do his best to fight this person. Speaking of which, he still had to thank Chen Zhengxiong. Due to the pressure of the other party's terrifying killing intent, the potential in his body surged out in order to resist this killing intent. In the end, his cultivation naturally recovered to the early stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. To him, this level of cultivation was like a timely rain that could make him much stronger. Chen Zhengxiong looked at Ling Xiao, as if wanting to see through this person completely. Initially, he had never taken this person seriously. However, Ling Xiao had been in the limelight recently. He had even killed General Purple Thunder. Chen Sengxiong could not help but take him seriously. In addition to that miraculous movement technique just now, Chen Sengxiong no longer wanted to kill this person. Instead, he wanted to capture Ling Xiao alive and study him properly. Surrender. You are not this king's match, Chen Sengxiong said indifferently. Come back with this king, and I can guarantee that you will not be killed. To be honest, your talent is truly astonishing. If you are willing to serve the royal family wholeheartedly, everything in the past can be forgotten. Haha, what a tempting offer. However, do you think that everyone should work for the royal family? That everyone should be your slaves? Chen Sengxiong, listen up. You are indeed very strong, but I have seen people stronger than you. Compared to them, you are not even worth mentioning. Perhaps you are the most outstanding genius in the Qin nation, but that is all. I dare say that you can't kill me today. Do you believe me? Ling Xiao sneered. I don't believe you. Chen Sengxiong shook his head and said, Even if you have the fate of a main character, I will take away your luck today. What arrogance! Then go ahead and try. I just hope that you won't be like those 7 pieces of trash from the Sky Thunder Army. They talk big, but in reality, they are all trash. Ling Xiao naturally knew how terrifying Chen Sengxiong was, but he could not admit defeat now. Why should a good man be afraid of a battle? At most, he would die. From the day Ling Xiao embarked on the path of martial arts, he had already disregarded life and death. Martial artists lived on the edge of a blade all day long. If they were afraid of death, it would be better for them to live in seclusion. Looking at Ling Xiao, Chen Sengxiong suddenly frowned and said, What an insolent brat! Your character is really the same as the rumors. Are you not afraid that I will destroy the 8 Immortals County and kill everyone there? Can you afford that price? If you could do that, you would have gone a long time ago. You wouldn't have waited until now. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, In terms of cultivation, I'm indeed inferior to you, but in terms of attainments and formations, even 10,000 of you can't compare to one of me. So it was you who set up the formation. Very good. Since that's the case, this king must capture you alive. Chen Sengxiong believed that there was an expert guiding Ling Xiao behind him. Otherwise, how could someone of Ling Xiao's age and his first reincarnation be so skilled in formations? As long as he captured Ling Xiao, the person behind him would definitely show himself. There was no doubt about this. To be honest, Ling Xiao did not have any confidence in facing an expert of Chen Sengxiong's level. However, it was still the same. A good man was not afraid of a battle. That's right. Chen Sengxiong had better cultivation conditions than him. After reincarnating, he was born in the Qin Kingdom's royal family. He had much better cultivation resources than him. He had a much better teacher than him. As for Xiaochen, after reincarnating, he had to face the hostility of his clansmen, even plotting against him. He had to find all the resources himself. He had to risk his life to obtain all the martial techniques he knew. Logically speaking, he should have chosen to surrender. In any case, the other party would not kill him. Most people would probably choose this. The difference was too great, so great that it made one despair. However, Ling Xiao would not do so. Ling Xiao knew very well that if he surrendered, he might not die, but what about Xiao Jin, Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death, Lin Yang, and his many friends who supported him? Their lives would not be in his hands. Therefore, he could not surrender. Even if he died in battle, he could not surrender. If he surrendered, he would have no chance of winning. However, if he fought to the death, he should still have a 10% chance of winning. The enemy was indeed powerful, but he was not completely without a way to deal with it. He gave a look to the demonic dragon envoy that he had saved. The other party should be able to understand the meaning behind it. He was not Chen Sengxiong's match. At present, he could only stall for time. As long as the experts of the dragon cult came, Chen Sengxiong would have to retreat without a fight. Calling for reinforcements? Chen Sengxiong said disdainfully. It will take at least half an hour to get here from Demonic Dragon City. And I am certain that within 3 minutes, all of you will die. Ling Xiao, I will give you one last chance. As long as you are willing to come with me, I will release your pet. Anyway, he is meaningless to me. This special offer should be very good for you. I hope you will not refuse my good intentions. The reason Chen Sangxiong did not want to make a move was very simple. It was because he felt that Ling Xiao was not worthy. Only by making Ling Xiao surrender voluntarily could he show his strength and dominance. Half an hour seems a little difficult, but I would give it a try. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and got into a fighting posture. Let's take a gamble. You can't kill me within half an hour. As he spoke, he had already entered the purple lightning bull beast soul transformation state. At the same time, 5 beast souls were released from his back. Facing the war fighter Prince Chen Sangxiong, he did not dare to hold back at all. Because once he held back, death might come instantly. Xiao Jin, help me protect that demonic dragon Anvo. That guy is the key to our survival. Ling Xiao reminded and then stared at Chen Sangxiong. This battle was the biggest hurdle he had faced since coming to the Black Tortoise continent. Once he crossed it, his future would be extremely bright. But if he could not cross it, he would either die or become someone else's captive, a lab rat. He would probably be tied to a shelf for research. I have always been curious. How can you release so many beast souls at the same time? Are you really the legendary beast god martial artist? Or did you obtain the inheritance of the beast prince god in the 8 immortals county? The inheritance of the beast prince god, even to Chen Sangxiong, was full of great temptation. Otherwise, he would not have sent the 8th prince to compete with Jihyun of Silla for the 8 immortals county. You really want to know? Defeat me first. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Defeating you is as easy as flipping my hand. After your beast soul transformation, your strength is almost equivalent to the middle stage of the 11th level of hell. After releasing those 5 beast souls, your strength can be raised to the late stage of the 11th level of hell. As for your top-level lightning battle physique and lava battle physique, they are nothing in front of me. So you should have some special skill that can raise your strength to the peak of the 11th level of hell, right? Just like when you killed General Purple Lightning. Chapter 2696. Chen Sangxiong looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. He didn't even want to attack. Ling Xiao knew that Chen Sangxiong didn't know that he had the Sky Dragon Martial Soul, the Divine Phoenix Martial Soul, and the White Tiger Martial Soul. Together with the Imperial Heaven-Earth power, he could unleash the combat power of the peak of the Yin-Yang Realm level 11 without using the Bloody Rat Demon. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just broken through and his cultivation wasn't stable enough when he faced General Purple Thunder, he wouldn't have used the Bloody Rat Demon's move that hurt himself and the enemy. Chen Sangxiong looked down on him and wanted to capture him alive. Naturally, he wouldn't go all out. To him, this was a great advantage. He had to delay for half an hour. 3 minutes. Time it well. Chen Sangxiong smiled faintly. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but he was too strong. Especially after his cultivation had undergone a qualitative change, how could he take Ling Xiao seriously? Would a strong man with powerful martial arts take a newborn baby seriously? This was the current situation for Chen Sangxiong. He was a strong man, and Ling Xiao was just a newborn baby in front of him. Kill! Ling Xiao didn't care how much Chen Sangxiong looked down on him. He only had one goal, and that was to delay for time. Delaying for 30 minutes would be his victory. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could kill Chen Sangxiong, who underestimated him. If he was too greedy, he would be the one to die. Ling Xiao rushed out with 2 8 immortal swords in his hands. A black sword light suddenly pierced through the void. It was extremely fast. The angle was also very tricky. Like a sword demon, he used the most perfect sword technique in the world. Transformative stage, Shadow Sword Demon. Ling Xiao directly used an immortal grade first heaven technique to deal with Chen Sangxiong. How dare a grain of rice compete with the sun and the moon? I'll show you what true power is. Chen Sangxiong didn't even look at Ling Xiao and directly swung his sword. A beam of sword chi pierced through the air. This was a very ordinary sword chi, and he didn't even use any martial techniques. Clearly, in Chen Xingxiong's opinion, defeating Ling Xiao did not require a martial skill. If he used a martial skill, he might even kill Ling Xiao. Now, he had to control the power of his attacks so that he could achieve his goal of capturing Ling Xiao alive. The dazzling sword light instantly shattered Ling Xiao's dark shadow sword demon and hit Ling Xiao's body. Luckily, Ling Xiao used the lightning shield of Imperial Spirit to block it in time, thus avoiding serious injuries. However, he was sent flying by the sword aura. Ling Xiao barely managed to stab the ground with his two swords. In any case, he managed to stop after flying for over 100 meters. This attack allowed him to understand Chen Xingxiong's true strength. Although Chen Xingxiong still could not make a precise judgment, the current Chen Xingxiong was definitely not a cultivator at the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Instead, it was the 12th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. There was no mistaking it. Otherwise, how could he have been sent flying so easily with such a full-strength attack that only lacked the bloody rat demon, the universe of tyrants, and the butterfly lady's soul? Of course, this judgment was not much different from his previous conjecture. Chen Xingxiong, the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm. You are indeed powerful, but your strength is only SOSO. Are you going to tickle me? Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Chen Xingxiong with disdain. The other party's attack was indeed powerful. He had to use the lightning shield to neutralize it, but it did not injure him. This meant that the current Chen Xingxiong had only broken through not long ago, and had not fully grasped the power of the 12th level of hell. Is that so? Then you can try this attack again. Suddenly, Chen Xingxiong's sword stabbed dozens of times in the air at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. They were all ordinary attacks. Dozens of sword chi shot toward Ling Xiao like a storm. Every sword chi was a great threat to Ling Xiao, but none of them were aimed at his vitals. It was obvious that Chen Xingxiong was restraining himself. These ordinary sword chi were extremely troublesome for Ling Xiao. He had no choice but to use the lightning shield and the Jade Rabbit's Jadeite tactic to block. He did not even have the strength to fight back. He was completely suppressed by Chen Xingxiong. Of course, this was the case on the surface. Chen Xingxiong probably did not realize that after attacking for so long, Ling Xiao looked very miserable, but Ling Xiao was not injured at all. It was just that he looked ridiculously weak on the surface. Is that all you've got? Are you joking? With this kind of strength, you can kill General Purple Thunder? You can kill Gu Tianbao? Are you playing with me? Chen Xingxiong was naturally not a fool. After attacking for so long, Ling Xiao had not displayed the terrifying fighting strength he had outside of Thunder Capital. Then there was only one possibility. This kid was deliberately pretending to be a pig. Pretending to be a pig naturally had a purpose, but for what? Chen Xingxiong instantly calmed down. Good kid, I was almost fooled by your acting. You're deliberately stalling for time. Chen Xingxiong suddenly understood. Ling Xiao did not intend to fight with him at all. After knowing his goal, all of Ling Xiao's attacks were to stall for time. He looked at the time. Unknowingly, 10 minutes had already passed while he was furiously attacking. Damn you, I was really fooled by you. Chen Xingxiong was extremely angry. Since his debut, he had only been the one who lied to others and tricked others. How could others lie to him? He really wanted to kill Ling Xiao now. However, he was still a powerful figure and forcefully restrained his killing intent. Don't worry, Ling Xiao. I won't kill you. I'll capture you and your bird alive. Then I'll roast it on the fire and share it with my subordinates in front of you. Chen Xingxiong was trying to goad him because he knew that Ling Xiao had a very good relationship with the golden bird. However, he had used the wrong move. Xiao Jin was a golden crow. Would it be afraid of roasting? Haha, give me some of it when it's done. I really want to know how you roast a golden crow until it's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Idiot! Of course, Ling Xiao did not want Chen Xingxiong to regain his rationality. An angry Chen Xingxiong was much harder to deal with than a rational Chen Xingxiong. This kind of trick of yours is already useless against this prince. Don't worry, I'll use even more power next. I guarantee that I'll cripple you in one move. This way, you won't die and can still become our research subject. Chen Xingxiong released a strong killing intent. This killing intent was forced out by Ling Xiao. He had to be a little more serious. Otherwise, if experts from Demonic Dragon City really came in half an hour, it would be too late for him to regret it. I knew it. After all, the Qin Kingdom's royal family is a group of shameless villains. Who was the one who said that he would finish me in 3 minutes? It's already been 10 minutes, and you still have the face to attack? Chapter 2697. Ling Xiao secretly prepared his counterattack. Since the other party had already seen through his plan to stall for time, he could not continue using the same strategy. In the next 20 minutes, he could only go all out. So what if I am shameless? Today, 2 of you will die, and the other one will not be able to speak. Chen Xingxiong did not care about Ling Xiao's provocation at all. It seemed that shamelessness was deeply ingrained in the cells and blood of the Qin Kingdom's royal family. To them, this was not a big deal. After saying this, he suddenly appeared in front of Ling Xiao in a flash. At this speed, unless Ling Xiao used the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique, there was no way he could dodge. Of course, Ling Xiao did not plan to dodge. The moment Chen Xingxiong launched his fierce attack, he changed from the purple lightning bull beast soul to the jade rabbit beast soul form. Then, he used the real jade technique. His body turned into a jade statue in an instant. The real jade technique could only be used when he transformed into the jade rabbit beast soul form. If he only summoned the jade rabbit beast soul, the jade technique he used would be a fake jade technique. It could increase his defense, but it could not completely avoid damage. Of course, it did not have a cooldown time and could be used continuously. On the other hand, the real Jadeite tactics could drain one's inner strength for a period of time to resist all attacks. The disadvantage was that it had a cooldown time of half an hour after each use. It was because of this that Ling Xiao chose to use it at this critical moment. Chen Xingxiong's furious sword energy pierced Ling Xiao's body like a storm. Other than the vital parts, he tried almost every other part. Perhaps it was because he was angered by Ling Xiao and was in a fit of anger that he neglected the changes in Ling Xiao's body. After a full 10 minutes of crazy attacks, Ling Xiao had consumed half of his internal energy. He had no choice but to swallow a yin-yang elemental energy pill to replenish it. Fortunately, he had enough pills, so he did not care. Chen Xingxiong, on the other hand, felt that he had consumed a lot of internal energy after a series of attacks. Although it was a normal attack, it still consumed a lot of internal energy because of the sword energy released. As for the consumption of physical strength, it was even more so. I can't attack anymore. If I really kill him, it won't be in line with my plan. On one hand, it was because of the physical exhaustion. On the other hand, it was because he was worried about killing Ling Xiao. Chen Xingxiong stopped attacking. But he didn't retreat in time. Because he didn't think it was necessary. He wanted to see if Ling Xiao was still alive under his torrential attacks. However, the moment he relaxed his guard, Ling Xiao began his counterattack. The Jade Rabbit Beast Soul immediately transformed into the Purple Thunderbolt Beast Soul. Then, the earthquakes and mountains sway was used. In that instant, the earth trembled, and even space seemed to tremble. Although Chen Xingxiong wouldn't faint, he was still affected for a moment, and couldn't react for a while. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to attack and left a faint wound on Chen Xingxiong's finger. This guy's defense was too strong. Even if he used a first heaven of immortal grade martial skill, he could only leave a small wound on him. Just as Chen Xingxiong was about to recover, Ling Xiao had already transformed into the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon and released the Demonic Dragon Blood Curse. Chen Xingxiong, who was already able to move freely, suddenly felt his qi and blood not flowing smoothly. Especially the small wound on his finger, it seemed to have become a breakthrough for the qi and blood in his body to rush out. He had no choice but to suppress the surging qi and blood in his body. He knew that he had been tricked by Ling Xiao. At this moment, he was furious. However, it was useless. Before he could take revenge on Ling Xiao, he had to solve his own problem first. However, since Ling Xiao had already started attacking, how could he let him escape so easily? After the demonic dragon blood curse, it was followed by the bloodthirsty plague. The power of the bloodthirsty plague was even more terrifying than the demonic dragon blood curse. Chen Tsengxiong was furious. He was careless and actually fell into a disadvantage. He was restrained by a martial artist who was obviously much weaker than him. "Damn guy, wait until I recover. I'll make you beg for death," he roared angrily. "Four-leaf demonic pupils, soul catcher!" Ling Xiao didn't talk nonsense. In order to increase the power of the bloodthirsty plague and the demonic dragon blood curse, he used the four-leaf demonic pupils. Chen Tsengxiong, who was staring at him, suddenly felt dizzy. The internal energy that he had gathered instantly dissipated. The bloodthirsty plague began to wreak havoc on his body. "It's not over yet." Ling Xiao looked at the time. 25 minutes had passed. He only needed to hold on for 5 more minutes, and the demonic dragon city's reinforcements would arrive. As long as the reinforcements arrived, it would be his victory. His figure changed again and entered the three-headed lava hound state. Then, he unleashed the scorching hell. Then, he released the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards at the Great Perfection stage. 8 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards pounced on Chen Tsengxiong. In the scorching hell, they exploded with even more power. One after another, they self-destructed. Ling Xiao didn't expect the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards to be able to stop Chen Tsengxiong. What he wanted was to stall for time. After the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards self-destructed, the destructive power produced would be very shocking. If Chen Tsengxiong was careless, he would probably end up in a miserable state. "Ling Xiao!" Chen Tsengxiong's angry roar could be heard amidst the violent explosions of thunder and lightning. The demonic dragon envoy's expression changed drastically. Xiao Jin was also a little worried. However, Ling Xiao didn't have the time to be afraid at this time. He still hadn't finished what he wanted to do, because there were still less than 30 minutes left. He instantly transformed into the Nine-Snake General. Then, he released the Nine-Snake Poison Realm. 9 different poisons shot towards Chen Tsengxiong like 9 poisonous dragons. All of this was to prevent Chen Tsengxiong from attacking. Because Ling Xiao knew that once Chen Tsengxiong attacked, he would definitely erupt with his true combat strength. At that time, he might not even be able to resist for a moment. There were only 3 minutes left. As long as there were less than 30 minutes left, the other party might turn the tables. After using up all of this, Ling Xiao didn't stop. He finally released the butterfly lady's soul. "Little guy, I haven't asked for your help in a long time. This time, attack fiercely." The moment Ling Xiao released the butterfly lady's soul, his strength had already increased to the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. It actually increased again. It directly climbed to the early stage of the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Of course, this was only the increase in strength, not the increase in cultivation. At this time, Chen Tsengxiong had already destroyed all of the attacks that Ling Xiao had released before. "These are all boring tricks. Extremely boring. Now you'll be defeated. I'll definitely cripple you first." Although Chen Tsengxiong wasn't injured by Ling Xiao's previous attacks. However, that wretched appearance of his made him feel that he had lost face. He was actually played by a warrior from such a small town. Chapter 2698. Chen Tsengxiong could not accept being played by an insignificant warrior like Ling Xiao. He wanted to let Ling Xiao have a taste of his power and cruel torture. However, just as he unleashed his terrifying battle prowess and destroyed all of Ling Xiao's previous attacks, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful aura burning in front of him. "What's going on?" Chen Tsengxiong could not believe it. How could Ling Xiao's strength increase to such an extent in such a short time? Was he still human? His absolute confidence began to waver at this moment. Of course, it was only a little. his strength was still not something Ling Xiao could contend against. After using the butterfly lady's soul to raise his strength to the early stage of the 12th level of hell, Ling Xiao finally saw Chen Sengxiong's true strength. This guy's cultivation should be at the middle stage of the 12th level of hell. However, his true strength was enough to climb to the peak of the 12th level of hell. Because the weapon in Chen Sengxiong's hand was an emperor weapon. Others could not use an emperor weapon, but Chen Sengxiong could. This was mainly because of his martial soul. He was a rare dual martial soul. In addition to the lightning martial soul, he also had a sword martial soul. Warriors who used weapon martial souls could not merge and transform like those who used beast martial souls. However, they could use higher level weapons. Moreover, Chen Sengxiong was undoubtedly a genius. The martial arts he possessed also allowed him to challenge those of a higher level. Ordinary warriors at the peak of the 12th level of hell were no match for him at all. Ling Xiao could not help but feel a little emotional. Fortunately, his goal was only to stall for time and create this half an hour. It was not to defeat the opponent. Otherwise, it would be a huge blow. Now, he had used all that he could except for the universe of tyrants and the bloody rat demon. Ling Xiao tried not to use the universe of tyrants and the bloody rat demon if he could. The former was too eye-catching. Although it was the strongest power of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. However, once he used it and others found out, he would never have a day of peace. As for the bloody rat demon, it was a self-inflicted injury. Ling Xiao had finally recovered to the early stage of the 11th level of hell. He really did not want to cultivate again. Although the bloody rat demon could at least raise his battle strength by 2 small realms. However, it was still not Chen Sengxiong's match. There was no point in using it. After Ling Xiao released the butterfly lady's soul, the bloody rat demon's blood rat demon had instantly increased its power. The germs that Chen Sengxiong had gotten rid of had come back to life, causing him a lot of trouble. At this moment, he had to use at least 30% of his power to deal with the bloody rat demon. Once of Ling Xiao's, the goddess demons. Others Ling SSS, however, he did not need of it. Right now, his battle prowess had increased explosively. Naturally, he had to take advantage of this opportunity to cooperate with the bloodthirsty rat plague and attack Chen Sengxiong relentlessly, not giving him a chance to recover. There were still 2 minutes left, and he could already feel a powerful aura coming from afar. No matter who it was definitely a top expert of the dragon cult. Even Chen Sengxiong would not dare to say that he would win. Chen Sengxiong also sensed the aura and sped up. He wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Even if he did not want him alive, he could not leave Ling Xiao to the dragon cult. However, the troublesome thing was that he was being suppressed by Ling Xiao. A pair of resplendent rainbow butterfly wings appeared behind Ling Xiao's back. Not only was her figure graceful, but it was also a beautiful sight. Not only was his figure beautiful, but his attacks were also powerful. Chen Sengxiong was forced to retreat step by step. Damn it, it's because I underestimated my opponent. Chen Sengxiong had told himself many times not to underestimate his opponent. However, when faced with Ling Xiao, his arrogant personality still caused him to suffer a great loss. He still underestimated his opponent. If it was any other enemy, even if he underestimated them, he would be able to quickly turn the situation around. But facing Ling Xiao, he could not find a chance to reverse the situation. It was as if Ling Xiao had long drawn up a set of plans. Every move he executed, they were all meticulously calculated. This allowed him to remain passive and unable to use his full strength. This guy should still have some trump cards up his sleeve. I have to be careful. Chen Sengxiong had seen the battle between Ling Xiao and General Purple Thunder. He knew that Ling Xiao's sudden increase in strength was completely different from the one he was using now. What kind of martial soul was this? How could it increase his battle strength so much in an instant? He did not understand and was very confused. But it was useless for him to be confused. Ling Xiao would not give him the chance to understand. Your Highness Warring Prince, I'm sorry. Today, you can forget about taking advantage of me. And I will leave a mark of shame on your body. Kill! Even though he knew that he could not defeat Qin Shengxiang right now. However, at the same time, Ling Xiao also believed that with his current strength, he could still hurt the other party. Especially when his opponent was still unable to use his full strength. Second Heaven of Immortal Grade Martial Technique. Advent of the Black Deity. Proficient. After the life and death battle in Leidu, Ling Xiao had not only gained fame and spirit stones. He had also improved his martial technique. The advent of the Black Deity had been upgraded from the initial success stage to the proficient stage. Its power had become even more terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the Shadow Sword Demon in the Transcendent stage. Using this move to deal with Qin Shengxiang. That would be too appropriate. At this moment, Ling Xiao held nothing back except for the universe of tyrants and the bloody rat demon. At the same time as the terrifying move was released, a sword immortal in black descended from the void. With a terrifying sword chi that could rival everything, he wanted to destroy the enemy in front of him. Crack! The sword chi tore the space and instantly arrived in front of Qin Shengxiang. This made Qin Shengxiang's brows furrow into a rope. He was too shocked. He was too depressed. He felt even more vexed. He was clearly stronger than his opponent, but he was suppressed by his opponent to the point of being unable to breathe. He had never experienced such humiliation before. Back then, in the Imperial Mystic Realm, you casually destroyed my storage ring. Perhaps in your eyes, that was just a small matter. But in my eyes, that was a humiliation to my character. Today, I will let you have a taste of what it feels like to be humiliated. As Ling Xiao spoke, he did not stop his attack. Everything was going smoothly according to his plan. He would not be complacent just because his plan was going smoothly, because he knew very well that underestimating his opponent at any time could lead to his eternal damnation. Perhaps this was the reason why the weak were less likely to underestimate their opponent than the strong. Qin Shengxiang felt the terrifying power of Ling Xiao's sword. He felt regret and fear in his heart. He could feel what his opponent's sword could do. The terrifying pressure brought by the Black Sword Immortal actually made his body unable to move. Chapter 2699. Thunder Sword! Suddenly, Qin Shengxiang roared. A crack appeared in the sky. A huge thunder sword condensed from heavenly lightning fell from the sky and pierced towards Ling Xiao. There are only 30 seconds left. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the terrifying thunder sword. The Tai Chi began to analyze the power of the thunder sword. He did not want to avoid it, let alone block it. Because no matter what he did, it would give Qin Shengxiang a chance to turn the situation around. Then let's see whose body is stronger. Ling Xiao did not do anything. His sword still pierced towards Qin Shengxiang's throat with an unstoppable momentum. At the same time, the thunder sword in the sky fell towards Ling Xiao's head. Puchi! The 8 immortal sword in Ling Xiao's right hand pierced through Qin Shengxiang's right shoulder. The 8 immortal sword in his left hand pierced through the gap between Qin Shengxiang's collarbone. Qin Shengxiang let out a shocking scream. At the same time, Ling Xiao was also bombarded by the thunder sword. The terrifying thunder fell on his head, and he felt that his hair was already burnt. However, at this time, the top-notch thunder body that Qin Shengxiang looked down on played a key role. Apart from a few burned hairs, the power of thunder and lightning did negligible damage to Ling Xiao. Instead, it was the thunder sword that caused the physical damage. The sword wound pierced through Ling Xiao's body from his shoulder. Fortunately, both of them were combat experts. At the most critical moment, they avoided each other's vital points. Even so, Qin Shengxiang's injury was still more serious than Ling Xiao's. After all, his thunder sword was only a hasty attack, while Ling Xiao's attack was a charged attack. Of course, even though his injury was not light. Only his collarbone and shoulder blade were pierced. For an expert of Qin Shengxiang's level, it was not a big deal. The problem was that the physical damage was far less than the psychological and mental damage. Chen Tsengxiong had never been defeated since he entered the samsara. He had outstanding talent. Since he entered the samsara, he had been greatly nurtured by the royal family. Not to mention being defeated, he had never even been injured before. But today, not only did Ling Xiao injure him, but he also left 3 wounds on his body. He felt that he had been nailed to the pillar of shame. He hadn't paid any attention to Ling Xiao when he had come here. His only worry was that the top experts of the Magic Dragon City would make a move. But now, Ling Xiao, who had appeared in the small Yuhua town after reincarnating, was clearly an insignificant fellow. He had actually injured himself. The other party's true cultivation was only at the early stage of the 11th level of hell in the yin-yang realm. How could he possibly calm down after seeing this? Kill! 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 He didn't care about keeping Ling Xiao alive, nor did he care about torturing Ling Xiao. Before he left this place, he wanted Ling Xiao dead. Only when Ling Xiao was dead would he be able to toy with such humiliation. At this moment, Ling Xiao's attack also stopped. 30 minutes had passed. Ling Xiao had achieved his goal. He also heaved a sigh of relief. Even if he wanted to continue attacking, he wouldn't be able to use any stronger moves. Chen Tsengxiong was obviously planning to launch an attack. The sword in his hand bloomed with the luster of an emperor weapon. At the same time, 2 martial souls appeared behind him. One was blood-red lightning, which was exactly the same as Ling Xiao's blood thunder. The other looked like a sword. When the 2 martial souls were released at the same time, Ling Xiao knew that Chen Tsengxiong was indeed a genius. With the release of the 2 martial souls, the seal on the blood thunder emperor sword in Chen Tsengxiong's hand was also truly unsealed. It bloomed with the luster of an emperor weapon. It released the pressure of an emperor weapon. From now on, Ling Xiao, I won't look down on you. And I won't let you live. I'll tear you into pieces. Chen Tsengxiong's eyes were filled with madness. He, who was born high and mighty, was injured by a lowly fellow. His noble body was pierced. Every time the pain hit him, he felt extremely humiliated. Ling Xiao looked at the blood thunder emperor sword in Chen Tsengxiong's hand and frowned slightly. Did he have to use the strongest power of the bloody demonic rat and the Sky Tyrant martial soul, the Sky Tyrant universe? He looked into the distance. The people of Demon Dragon City had arrived, but they were not willing to attack. Why was this so? His heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. It seemed that he had to find a way to escape. It was really unwise to entrust his life to others. Die, Ling Xiao! Blood Thunder Emperor Sword, kill! At this moment, Chen Tsengxiong roared. The sword in his hand, with the help of the 2 martial souls, released a huge and thick sword chi. It pierced towards Ling Xiao. The air seemed to be compressed into nothingness. The sword chi was so fast that no one had a chance to catch it. The terrifying power caused the air to explode in an instant. If it hit Ling Xiao, even if Ling Xiao did not die, he would be seriously injured. Damn, this is the power of an emperor weapon! The owner of a weapon martial soul is really enviable. Ling Xiao knew that Chen Tsengxiong did not prepare any big moves in order to kill him. That was because big moves require time. Chen Tsengxiong was also worried that the people of Demon Dragon City would interfere, so he directly pierced his sword. However, an emperor weapon was an emperor weapon. Coupled with the terrifying sword she released by his martial soul, it was comparable to a second heaven of immortal-grade martial technique. Boss, be careful! Xiao Jin sped up and rushed over, but the sword chi was too fast and he could not help. Don't come over! Ling Xiao shouted and his figure disappeared again. Vertical Golden Light Technique! This was the move Ling Xiao used to save the Demon Dragon Envoy. He used it now to avoid Chen Tsengxiong's killing move. At that moment, his body completely turned into golden light and disappeared. Chen Tsengxiong's sword chi hit the ground where he was just now. In an instant, a terrifying pit appeared. There was actually blood-red lightning flashing inside. Fortunately, my cultivation has increased. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to withstand it. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly returned to Xiao Jin's side and put Xiao Jin back into the beast ring. He had the vertical golden light technique to avoid Chen Sengxiong's attack. However, Xiao Jin did not. If the opponent targeted Xiao Jin, then he would be in trouble. As for the demon dragon Unveil, he did not plan to save him again. What kind of joke is this? The experts of Demon Dragon City are here and they are still hiding to watch the show. Why should he save the demon dragon envoy again? Ling Xiao avoided Chen Sengxiong's ruthless attack. This made Chen Sengxiong frown slightly. Kid, you are really surprising. Just now, you saved the demon dragon envoy with this move. I want to see how many sword chi you can dodge. He suddenly sneered and the Blood Thunder Imperial sword in his hand released an explosive energy. Chapter 2700. Suddenly, Chen Sengxiong saw Xiao Jin flying over. Xiao Jin actually flew out of the beast ring. He was going to block this terrifying attack for Ling Xiao. There wasn't much difference between a beast ring and a storage ring. They were just more suitable for living creatures to live in. As long as Xiao Jin was desperate enough, he could still rush out even without Ling Xiao's permission. After all, it was just an ordinary beast ring. There weren't many seals on it. Seeing Xiao Jin rushing over, Chen Sengxiong's lips curled into a cold smile. He actually managed to slow down the sword aura for a moment. This kind of terrifying control also showed his terrifying strength at the same time. He wanted to kill Xiao Jin in front of Ling Xiao. Because he realized that in Ling Xiao's eyes, Xiao Jin wasn't just a small battle pet. He was like a brother. He wanted to make Ling Xiao suffer. If he killed Ling Xiao directly, it would be too easy for this kid. Anyway, it would only take a moment. The people of the dragon cult didn't seem to want to make a move right away. This gave him a chance. The hundreds of dense sword auras were still more than 10 meters away from Ling Xiao, but he could already feel their terrifying sharpness. His body felt like it was being cut apart inch by inch. If I dodge, Xiao Jin will be seriously injured. I can't let him get hurt for me. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He was closer to Chen Sengxiong, and he was faster than Xiao Jin. I'm going all out. Your brother can die for you. Why can't you block the sword auras for your brother? Besides, this attack was originally aimed at you. The sword auras were getting closer and closer. The entire sky seemed to be dyed red. Ling Xiao looked at the reinforcement from the Demon Dragon City. He knew that the other party was testing him. Okay, since you want to test me, I'll prove to you that I'm qualified to be saved by you. Bloody rat! Activate! As Ling Xiao's body turned blood red, the original transformation of the butterfly lady's soul began to turn blood red. The transformation of the butterfly lady's soul didn't disappear. The bloody rat allowed Ling Xiao to increase his strength by 2 small realms. His strength had reached the late stage of the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm. This strength gave him the ability to face Chen Sengxiong directly. Although he was still no match, at least he wouldn't die. However, he was well aware that the increase this time was a total of 6 minor realms. Although he had the support of the butterfly lady's soul. However, after he was released from the bloody rat state, his cultivation level would drop by 6 realms from the early stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm to the peak of the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. But he had no regrets. He couldn't watch his good brother die in front of him. He knew how powerful the other party's attack this attack. As long as he was hit, he would be crushed wood. And he didn't have a second's yeses to. At that moment, he was to protect him. Seeing this, Chen Sengxiong was obviously surprised. People like him simply did not understand what true brotherly love was. He simply did not understand why Ling Xiao dared to stand in front of Xiao Jin even though he knew he was going to die. In his eyes, this was stupidity. Stupid guy, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Forget it, even if I kill you, your little pet won't live. He sneered, and the Blood Thunder Emperor's sword in his hand burst out with even more shocking power. The hundreds of sword chi became even more dazzling. Ling Xiao's eyes were completely blood-red, and he couldn't see anything else. Selfish guy, you'll never understand the sincere feelings between brothers. Also, you want to kill me? I'm afraid it won't be that easy, Ling Xiao roared. He took out 8 huge bronze coffins at the same time. Although he knew that this meant that he would have to bear a huge burden. Not only would his cultivation regress, but it would also be sealed. But at this moment, he could only do this. His opponent was too strong. He was far from being a match for him. Although he had used all kinds of methods to raise his strength to an unimaginable level, he was still no match for Chen Shengxiong. This guy was indeed a genius. A top genius. The 8 bronze coffins blocked in front of Ling Xiao, helping him to resist Chen Shengxiong's crazy attack. Idiot, even if you're using an emperor weapon, it's still not worth mentioning in front of me. A weapon martial soul isn't as simple as you think. Sword martial soul, blood thunder emperor sword combine! He roared, and the sword martial soul behind him merged into the blood thunder emperor sword. Then, the light of the blood thunder emperor sword became even more dazzling. The terrifying sword chi pierced through the first bronze coffin in an instant. Shatter! Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out as the bronze coffin was shattered. Then, the second bronze coffin was also pierced. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. 8 consecutive coffins were all shattered by this terrifying attack. However, Chen Shengxiong's attack was already weak and powerless. When it reached Ling Xiao, it lost its power. Ling Xiao's heart ached. He had accidentally obtained these 8 bronze coffins from the 5th floor of the ghost prison. He didn't expect them to be destroyed today. Chen Shengxiong, one day, you'll pay me back with your blood thunder emperor sword. Ling Xiao slightly adjusted his mood. At this moment, not only did he not retreat, he began to take the initiative to attack. He had already used the bloody devil rat. If he didn't attack now, it would be a waste of the increased battle power. Taking advantage of the moment when Chen Shengxiong's old power had just dissipated, and before the new power was generated, 8 thick chains suddenly flew out of Ling Yao's body. These chains were still emperor weapons. Although they were the lowest grade emperor weapons, they still had the terrifying power of an emperor weapon. The troublesome thing was that the consequences Ling Xiao would have to bear would be more serious. The 8 bronze coffins would seal his cultivation for 80 days. The 8 bronze chains would also seal his cultivation for 80 days. For others, 160 days might not be much. But for someone of Ling Xiao's talent, if he couldn't break through in 160 days, the consequences would be very serious. However, since Ling Xiao had used it, he wouldn't think too much. It didn't matter if it was 80 days or 160 days. At worst, he would find a way to shorten the time. The 8 chains flew out. Chen Shengxiong was caught off guard and was bound by the chains. Inscriptions flickered on the 8 chains. Chen Shengxiong couldn't break free for a moment. At this moment, he felt a fear that he had never felt before. He was actually forced to this extent by Ling Xiao. No, I'm Chen Shengxiong. I'm the flying eagle killing god. I can't lose. Myriad lightning sword chi. Break for me. He roared crazily, and countless terrifying sword chi rushed out of his body. The crazy sword chi began to tear apart the chains that sealed him. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.